And we're live. Welcome to the Warrant Committee. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct the attendance?
Yes, we have Dave Humphreys, JJ O'Connor, Steve Geister, Kristen Cosiel, Tom Caldwell, Lori Connolly, Alice Gagnon, Jareem Lang, Judy Steele, Steve Rhines, and Jay Fundling. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first order of business is that we have the CPC committee. We have Mr. Levash, and Mr. Jackson. Welcome. Would you please give us your presentation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let me just share my screen. First off, just thanks for having us tonight. We are going to present. There's two articles that are up this spring, and the first one is going to be on the recommended CPC projects, and the second one is on our yearly apportionment of funds. So I want to explain a little bit just about our process. So our committee has been was around 18 months we've been working together, and so our first order of business was really creating a foundation, was creating a CPC plan that was necessary for the town. And in that plan, we kind of set up a two-step process to review CPC projects. And so the first order of business was to do an eligibility application. And what our committee did was, it was a simple one-page form. Any citizens could go fill out the form, give it into our committee. We did hold public reviews for those projects. There was 14 total projects that came before our committee. 11 went forward. 3 were deemed not eligible. 11 went forward. The funding applications process started. They were basically started in December. They were due in January 13th. We just finished the review of the funding projects on February 22nd. So it's been about a month since we made our recommendations. And so we did put forward all 11 of those projects. And then of course I just have the star here. This is where we are today in March. And then, obviously we're 2 months away. So I think because where we are, we'll adjust our schedule next year, but we were kind of behind the 8 ball this year. So we were also contracted to time to get the projects to move through. So we will adjust that. And just so everyone knows in town that our eligibility application period is open now and will be actually due June 1st is kind of when our deadline is for eligibility applications this year. We haven't received any eligibility applications yet this year. So we're open to receiving some. So just to kind of give you guys just a look at the finances for the budget for the fiscal year 2023 CPC projects. So on a yearly basis, the CPC collects around $750,000 worth of receipts. And then there's always a state match. And then this last year, there was a December state match as well. So there was $227,000 given in November, and then in December there was a $61,000 state match. And then this year we expect $772,000 for receipts. So if you look at the two yellows, so it's 2 years combined, the fiscal year 2022 and the fiscal year 2023. The grand total is somewhere around $1.813 million that our committee has to work with. And then you take out the 50. You're allowed 5% of your funds to go to admin fees. So you take out that $51,400 and you are left with around 1.761 was our total budget that we were working with. And then just for some housekeeping, the 3 project categories that the CPC can work with and fund is community housing, historic preservation, and then open space and recreation. And then as a committee, we have to commit at least 10% of our budget to each one of these categories. And you'll see in a second, I'll get into more of the projects and how the funding's worked out. But basically, that's our total available funds is that $1.761 million. So this is a tracker for all the fiscal year 2023 projects. There was one project that housing trust under the CPA category for community housing. So they requested about a third of the budget at $533,000. There was 3 projects that were specifically for historic preservations. That's the Forbes House, the town lockup, and then a Spalding Garden masonry stabilization project. Those total around $525,000. And then there was 7 projects that were more specifically recreation. Open space, as you know, all in Milton, we don't have a lot of open space, so no open space projects came before the committee this year. So these 7 are basically fall under that recreation category, and those projects total around $604,000. So the total CPA requested funding, it was around 1.663. So I just wanted to mention, so if we had a budget around 1.761, so we have an excess of around $100,000 left for next year. And so we're pretty fiscally responsible with the funds that we had available. And I think we were in a really good position this year that we were able to recommend these 11 projects with the funding that we had. But I don't think it was by happenstance either, because the application period that we had, I think we had something like $3.5 million worth of funding requested. And during that review, we really, had a lot of review to the applicants to just push back a little bit and create a little bit more, for instance, the Forbes House asked for $1 million. We brought them back down to I think it's like $286,000. And so we're a little bit more conservative. So that's kind of where we sit with projects. And then specifically just going into the article itself, pretty much I already summarized it. But this is the way the article looks. The 11 projects are listed here. And the way the funding works, I mentioned that 10%. So there's part of it are going to come out of the Community Housing Reserve Fund, and then some of it comes out of the unrestricted fund. There's 65% that's under that unrestricted fund. And so that's just kind of the way this works out. But the overall math is it's around 1.663. And then there's just a brief summary of the projects. And, I could go into more detail into the projects if anybody wants to know, but it's just pretty simple. The Milton Affordable Housing Trust, the trust in town they have a bunch of goals and opportunities that they want to do, that they have listed, that they came before our committee that they can use that money for. So by funding them, they will come back to us and list what they actually spent the money on. The town of Milton was for the lockup building that's down at the wharf. That is to perform masonry repairs and window replacements at the lockup at the Wharf Street. So that was around 200-something thousand. And then the Forbes House Museum, anyone who knows the carriage house and the barn that's kind of in the back where they have meeting space, that's like a $2 million project long term, but it's in pretty rough shape. And so this project really will help them stabilize the building and kind of keep it so that it doesn't get in any more disrepair. And then the Milton Garden Club, that was for the historic Spalding Garden on Fletcher Steel Way. If anyone knows where that is, it's off of Highland Ave. There's a garden there, and there's masonry walls that they're looking to replace. And then some of the other recreation projects, so Milton Baseball will be doing improvements at Mary C. Lane Baseball Field. There will be a major upgrade for field lighting. So at Guile Field, Middle Guile, at Geo Field for the softball, the basketball courts, as well as the Little League. All the lighting right now is going to be upgraded to LED. This CPC money will fund it to go to LED, so it'll be much more sustainable, a lot cheaper. And these groups also funded some of their own private money to go into it. So we thought that was a great project. And then there's going to be some work at our parks too. Turner Pond, we'll get, there'll be some improvements at Turner Pond. And lastly, there's a couple studies. There'll be planning studies. There's one that's looking town-wide at whether they can put pickleball courts in somewhere in town. And then another one will be, there's a Peverly playground, which is around by Pope's Pond. There's potential that there could be a playground on the west side of Milton, which is a good thing. And then the last study is for the Milton Farmers Market to study improving the grounds there. So that's that article, and I'm open to any questions that anyone has on the committee.
I have a question, please.
Yes.
So your committee, what's the composition of your committee? Who's on it?
Yeah.
And who are some of the people who vet this?
Yeah. So there's 9 members of our committee total. 3 are appointed by the select board. Pete and I have been selected by the select board. Jenny Russell's another one. So the 3 of us were selected by the select board. The rest of the 6 are made up of town boards and committees. So we have Wendy Garpel serving from the Concom. Now you're really going to challenge me on who else is on the board.
Right.
There's Rich Bueller from the planning board, Ted Carroll from the Parks Department, Joe Duffy from the housing, Linda Weld from the Historic Commission. And who's the last one? And then Tom Callahan is also he's doing the housing. He's from the Housing Trust. So that's the makeup of our committee.
So it sounds like there's a lot of input from a lot of important stakeholders in the town that go into making this recommendation.
Yes, and also we also are required. So through this whole process, we also have a public meeting and kind of had a public forum to give feedback on the plan of the CPC plan as well. So all that was taken into account into the CPC plan. And if anybody who wants to learn more about the Community Preservation Committee, you can go to the town website. You can read all about it. You can actually get a copy of the plan and look through it. So that's what's important with the CPC. Any citizen can go ahead and put an eligibility application in and look for funding. There's 2 private, so we can fund private entities. Most likely, if it's public land, it has to go through the town. So there is 9 applications are going through town boards, and they're going to oversee the funds of that. Which, of course, you need procurement and everything else for it. And then 2 projects. The Forbes House is obviously a private entity, and then the Milton Garden Club is another private entity.
And the farmers market, that's going to the farmers market.
Is it? Oh, okay. So there was 3. There was some question whether it was.
Steve G.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is it 2/3 vote to get it through town meeting, or is it just a majority?
No. So if one stipulation is, that's why I wanted to talk about the budget, is if the CPC operates under our budget, then we only need a 51% majority vote at town meeting to get this approved. Also, the articles as they stand, no town meeting can't make amendments to this article. It's the work of the committee. You either vote it up or down.
Thank you.
Judy.
You mentioned administrative funds of $51,000.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? What do you have to pay for this committee?
So much like your committee, we have someone who is an admin person, Julie Getman. She also works on the planning department, so she works part-time for us.
Okay.
So she works part-time, so there's a little bit of that money. We will have excess funds in our admin fund, but if we need legal fees, which we will. So once this money goes out, if there's 11 projects, and if there's grant agreements that we're gonna go out, we will have legal counsel too, just to draft those grant agreements. It won't be major money, but it'll be some money. And so I don't anticipate that our committee will spend $51,000. I think we'll be way under. We'll have to see where we go with where we go with it.
Thank you for
if
that
there's land
explanation.
acquisition, we have to pay for appraisals and things like that, so.
Yeah.
It can be used. We hope to get some land acquisition proposals in, but we know how tight land is. You of all people know how tight land is.
But even if our committee wants to put up signs or whatever, once we get projects, that would come
all
out
falls
of
under that.
our funds and stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question. The Milton Farmers Market, is that to stay at its current place of
Yeah,
existence,
so
or there was
it's-
talk of moving?
No. So it's definitely at the wharf, but I think the issue with that proposal is it's accessibility, the land. It's very hilly around there. So what that study's going to do is to look at improvements to make that much better, but they want to keep the farmers market in the same place. I think there's a lot of development that's going on in the wharf right now. So the fact that 2 of these projects are there is a great thing. You've got the Milton Farmers Market, but then you also have the town lockup, which is right there, which is this historic building. And then there's also development are looking to go up there.
Correct.
There's a lot proposed
There's a
for
lot
Milton
going on.
Village, and so we specifically want this consultant to consider everything going on, not just that piece of property, but what's going on in the wharf, what's going on in the village. There's a housing proposal near the MBTA parking lot. And, so this should consider how that site can serve all those uses.
Yeah, there's 2 articles. One is 16 and one is 17.
Yeah, so that was on my next one. So the appropriation article, that's just like last year. So it's just over $1 million. It's $1,045,500. That is estimated, obviously. That includes the receipts as well as the state matches. And I think the state match this year, as everyone knows, like the economy's down. I think housing isn't as robust as it was a few years back. I don't think the state match will be as high this year as it was last year. But we can count around $1 million for our fund.
So then the question for the article is just simply, it seems, help me, is just to authorize the appropriation of those monies that are coming in that seem to be designated for your purposes
They're
anyway.
only going to come here, yeah. But
for reasons it
for
has.
reasons that we still have to look for.
Okay, so the money comes in, it can only go to
the
them,
CPC.
but because of the way it's set up, we would have to approve that. So that's the 2 articles that we would address would be 1 to get them the money, and then the second one would be to approve the recommendation.
The recommendations is fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 money. Well, this allocation is allocating the 24 money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions? Lori?
I remember, and I might be completely off base, that when we were voting this, when it went to the ballot, that there was like the match was to match dollar for dollar. Am I wrong on that?
Dollar for dollar, I don't
It
think
was that way historically.
Yeah.
But so many communities have voted now to join the program that they just can't afford to do dollar for dollar. But, those who started, 20 years ago when the program started,
There was more of
there
them.
was 100% match.
Okay.
But by the time we voted, it was probably, we got 35% last year, which is, pretty
Which is
good.
a pretty good.
Which is pretty
It's
good.
a pretty good match.
And, but it's taken, the state portion is taken from transfer funds at the registry, and with so much less real estate real estate transactions going on, that your income is lower. Usually by this time, they will have issued communities an estimate of what they expect to match, but this year they wouldn't even give us an estimate because they just can't figure it out. So we make some assumptions as to what we're likely to get, but there's no guarantee.
But the pool, every year towns and cities join the CPC. It keeps getting bigger. I think there's like over 180 cities and towns in Massachusetts now, which is a large portion of towns and cities in Massachusetts. And for the record, no one town has ever repealed the CPC.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was just curious. Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just had a question as to, you outlined some really great projects this year, and I was just curious about the Affordable Housing Trust. Are there any, you indicate some projects they're working on. Is there anything that you could highlight for us, like just about what they're doing? I was just asking because
I can. So
for what you know.
for what I know, and I also am, I was just at a meeting last night. They're looking at the town farm. So the town farm, which everyone knows, they're looking at putting an affordable housing project there. That would be 100% affordable. That's one project out of like 12 different goals that they had for the trust. So the CPC funded them, but they also, the trust is going to, have control over the money of what happens there. So I can't tell you for sure that that's where they're going to leverage the money, but affordable housing trusts, with this money, they should be able to leverage for projects like this. It would be much better.
That's the intent, is to use the funds provided by this, so they're in a better negotiating stance with the developer to increase the affordability, either the percentage of the project that's affordability, or affordable at what level. Affordable is 80% of the town, and since that land was to serve the poor, if they can negotiate and get down so it's 60% of the mean cost, that opens the housing to a broader cross-section of people.
But they have a long way to go for that project. But for instance, like this funding that would go to the housing trust, they could use for any number of things. We have, I don't know how many 40B projects we have going on right now in this town. They could use that money to leverage 40B to get a little bit more affordability out of it, right? So they could probably buy down, if they worked with developers, to get a little bit more affordable units in some of those projects. That's one vehicle that they could use this money for. But there's many different other ways that they can use the money.
Thank you. We have in the audience Meredith Hall from the Planning Board. Did you wish to give some input into your recommendation with regards to this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please join us.
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation to come before you this evening. Meredith Hall, Chair of the Planning Board and a member of the Historical Commission. And it's nice to see you all, and just thank you for all of your work and hard hours, the long hours that you all are putting in at this time. The Planning Board did not have an opportunity to review every project, but there were a few applicants who came before us to get our recommendation. We did vote unanimously on the two projects. One, the pickleball, the study to do pickleball in Milton, and the other was the Milton Landing study by the farmers market. I did personally write a letter also regarding the Forbes House Museum, the barn project, by myself, not on behalf of the board. The Historical Commission voted unanimously for the lockup, which is also, for those of you who may know it as the Yacht Club, as well as the lockup. We voted unanimously on the Forbes House barn project, and we also voted unanimously on the great project at Spalding Garden, the Fletcher Steele Garden, which is also a really good project. So we strongly would recommend those projects that we reviewed are excellent projects for the town of Milton, and would suggest your endorsement of those. So
Thank you.
yes, thank you. That's great.
Questions? Anybody have questions for Meredith Hall?
Just feedback. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Mr. Levash, Mr. Jackson, thank you for your presentation tonight. Would we like to have a discussion? There's two articles. Would we like to have a discussion? I think we could, why don't we, Madam Secretary, or Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind, maybe we could pull up the one with regards to the recommendations with that one.
That's 17.
17? 17?
Nope.
16 and 7.
We have, yeah, there's 16 and 17.
I'm sorry, I've gone way past it. Sorry.
Is it two articles or is it one for the CPC? Does it break it down in the next article?
Right, so 117 is the recommendation with regards to the projects. And then 1 is the funds. Well, 16 is up.
17, which one do you prefer?
All right, let's go 17 first. They've put so much hard work into this, might as well just get right to it. So we've all had these articles before, we've had them for some time, we've all reviewed them. We had a presentation here tonight. There's an article to approve the recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee and their project recommendations. We've heard the presentation. I had asked if there was discussion. It doesn't sound like there was anyone who wanted a discussion. I would ask the Warrant Committee, does anyone have a motion with regards to Article 17?
Well, I just have one question.
Sure.
For the discussion. We have committees, we obviously have the planning board who came with recommendations on what they feel. Are we, if we approve these, are they going to the planning board for recommendations? I mean, their feedback before they move forward on? That would be. Yeah.
So just to explain a little bit more about the process too. So when these come before our committee, what's required of these projects too is that they do get a letter of recommendation from the town committee. So for instance, the planning, like what Meredith explained, if they're planning studies or if they affect town properties, they came before the planning board and they've already got their approval. And so that was a part of our process as we came before you. And yeah, and so even like Concom, they've come out and they've recommended a couple of projects. So unanimously across all these projects, we have support from the correct town board. Not one town board has voted any of these projects in. They've all supported them.
Lori.
So each project that comes before you has to get approval from a board or committee.
Yeah, so you need a letter. So what these projects do as a part of the funding application, so that first phase is easy and you figure out what's eligible. And that second phase, you need a letter of recommendation, not only from town boards and committees, from the applicable one. So for instance, if you were going for a historic preservation project, you would want to go before the historic commission, and so the 3 historic preservation projects got 3 letters from the historic commission, right, each. And if it was the Parks and Rec, then the Parks and Rec department have approved all the recreation projects. And then for the housing, of course, the Affordable Housing Trust supported their own project. So that's the one part, but then the other part is just public outreach, and these projects also came before us with citizens letters. So a lot of citizens also needed to come before us and provide letters. So that was all a part of the process.
My feedback is that diversity of thought, democracy works well when you have different viewpoints. So like, I think having a few people weigh in on it, besides one group of people who have certain people in positions, helps to make sure that we're making decisions that are right for the whole. So I get concerned with only just having certain people back certain, like the Milton affordable housing, without having certain other people weigh in on it. That's my only concern with I think for some of it, it's not so much, but when you have 533,000 for Milton affordable housing, you have to say, maybe we need to have more input on where we put, because I know that there's a lot of projects going on. So I think, you want to be cautious and getting more feedback from different, especially when affordable housing is a built-in planning kind of process.
It sounded to me, though, that you have a composition of your board that's representing affordable housing as well as conservation, as well as planning, as well as historic commission. So and then 3 people who are appointed by the select board.
Correct.
we don't need names or anything like that, but can you tell us if what your understanding is of those three people, what their basic professional background is?
Of who? Three people that were appointed for the select board?
Yes.
Well, I'm a professional architect,
Yep.
partnered at my own firm. Pete's a landscape architect.
Sole proprietor.
And Jenny, I don't know. That's a good question. She might be, yeah, I don't know. I can't speak.
But all these, we had several public meetings. We had a public meeting at which we went over all the eligibility things. So it was, and it was in the library community room. So anybody, and we advertised as well as we could, so anybody could show up and comment. And then we had another public meeting when we took the funding proposals. Actually, there were two for each because we'd only do half each night. So there were, several public meetings that these things were vetted, publicly.
There's also
as you know, if there's opposition, you hear about it.
there's also very strict guidelines for the way this money can be handled. So for like the housing trust, like I said, that's where I think, you asked about the project. We don't have any control over that project. We basically, the trust is a vehicle. So another reason to have affordable housing trust in town, the CPC, we only fund once a year, right? And we have to go before town meeting. So if a project was just to come up and they were looking for funding, it's kind of a shame because it's once a year and we would have to go July 1st. So at least if you give money over to the housing trust, they are responsible for it, but backward compatible, they also are responsible back to the CPC. They need to make, like whatever they spend that money on, it has to get tracked back to the CPC so that it's spent in the correct way. And they're gonna go through the same channels, right? They're gonna have to go through the planning board. They're gonna have to go through all these things in order to facilitate those projects. So there's still a checks and balances on all that.
And there's a lot of people who've been watching the warrant committee meetings. So one more time, the next set of applications are due
June 1st.
June 1st.
And those are the eligibility applications. And so, this is what's difficult is because it's such a long process, we vetted a lot of these applications. Now there will be 3 months for eligibility that it's open. And typically it's always like the last 2 weeks that everyone's rushing in to get their applications. But then there's another 3 months for that funding round. And then the rest of the time is pretty much our committee's reviews and checks and balances.
Awesome.
Are there any other questions? Amanda?
I would like to make a motion to vote on Article 17.
Second.
So that's a motion to vote on it. Is there
Or to recommend
a vote yes?
yes on Article 17. Thank you.
So there's an article to vote yes on 17. It has been seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please, we have Zoom, so we're going to need to please do a roll call vote.
Yes, JJ is our first one.
Yes.
Steve Geister,
Yes.
Kristen,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Allison,
Yes.
Jareem,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Steve Rhines,
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. It's my practice to abstain unless there's a tie vote.
Thank you.
The motion passes. Is there there's another article, this article being 16. Is there any discussion on Article 16? Any further questions, any discussion that we would like to have? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Article 16.
Kristen makes a motion, seconded by Allison. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, JJ. Check with him in a minute.
Yes.
Steve Geister,
Yes.
Kristen,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Allison,
Yes.
Jareem,
Yes. Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Steve Rhines,
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of a fun committee. Spending money that you have to spend.
Nice spending. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I was talking about this earlier. It seems like there's a warrant committee continuum. It's another dimension outside of time and space that we enter into a perpetual warrant committee meeting. Together, let us enter the warrant committee continuum. When we last met, we had tabled the vote that Jareem had made with regards to Judy.
Point of information.
Sure.
Henny that made the motion?
Jareem made the
Oh, it was,
motion.
I'm sorry, my
Yep,
mistake.
it's okay.
I
It's
apologize.
all right. So that's where we're at. So we had tabled it. So I think where we're at right now is that we had a motion to approve what's called next the budget. Okay, we have options. We can go right to the vote. Jareem could withdraw the motion. We go back to discussion. We could somebody could make a friendly motion to suspend the vote for further discussion. You know, that's generally before we go forward. I would just generally want to ask, like, what do we want to do? Do we want to continue our discussion, or do we want to go right to the vote?
Can we make amendments?
So, I mean, I think what we would have to do in order to, because my take on that motion is it's kind of like an all or nothing. Do we vote next budget? Let's just call it the next budget, the needs-based, right?
Dream is his hand.
Jareem, you are recognized.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think we should have the discussion.
All right.
I think that, I mean, if we're ready, if the facts that we need to discuss are about the school committee, issues or even factors, then if we have the information, let's talk about it.
All right,
Let's do it now.
So Jareem, are you withdrawing your motion?
No, I'm not really. I mean, if in order to talk about it, I have to do that, then yes, I'll withdraw my motion. However, if my motion can stay tabled while we discuss whatever it is that was suggested we needed to discuss about, I would love to do that now.
So let's just discuss it, see where it goes.
Okay.
All right, so we've got a motion that's been made and seconded. Now, as is our practice, we open it up to discussion. I will open this up to discussion. Is there a member of the warrant committee who would like to be recognized? Steve Geister, your hand was up first.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on exactly what we're doing here. Are we going to do public safety as one article like we had done in the past and then do school?
Right.
Okay.
So
Which one are we just
So the
discussing?
big picture is public safety is a line item. Public safety is article, it has a number. Okay? So ultimately what we do when we,
10.
10, thank you. We vote on every proposed article, our recommendation. And so at this time in the warrant, the proposed articles have the number associated with that budget as proposed by Nick. Okay, so like for instance, if we voted to approve that budget, it's already laid out in the draft, then if we did that, one would expect that we would then just go right down the line. Yes, yes, yes. And people who did not agree with that can register their no, right? It's a vote. But if for instance, we voted that budget and it carried by the majority, then generally, those votes would follow. If we wanted to make amendments, we should figure out what they are going to be, because it could get very complicated going into every single article and having a mini re-accounting of the budget every time as we went along. So I think having an open discussion about, again, what like we were saying last night, we'll start at the 30,000 foot. What do people want to do? Let's start by looking at the big numbers with regards to the allocation of free cash. A good place to start would be that 1 million number that he had. Is that something that we like? Would we like to see that go somewhere else? Would we like to see that be a bigger number? Right, so, that's my guidance. I hope it's clear. We should get started on our discussion about what, we would like our recommendation on the warrant with regards to the budget to look like. Jay.
Okay. Thank you. I was thinking about this a lot today. In fact, for the majority of today, I thought I would come in here and I would say, I think we should allocate funds for a new librarian, because I actually do. I think that would be a good idea. But I kept thinking about what Mr. Hiss said last night and about all the people I've talked to over the past 8 months saying, what is the role of the Warrant Committee? And while I do think funding an extra librarian would be really good for the town, I don't think we were chosen to come in here and say, I like that, let's do that. So that got me wondering, what can we do? What can we contribute to this process? It's already been through the town administrator. It's already been through the town financial director. It's already been through the select board. What can we add to this process? And I think we can add something. And I would like to give 2 examples that I think we can add to improve the budget in a way that maybe other boards in this town cannot. And I'll give 2 examples. First example, Jareem, I may be calling on you for help. The IT department has, if you read the description of the IT director, he says he's dying. He needs to replace tens of thousands of dollars worth of computers every year to keep this. We've got 300 non-school employees. He's got to keep them in computers. He says, I'm not funded at all. So for this year, he's taken care of. For this year, under capital items, there is $67,000 to replace laptops and $35,000 to replace phones. So I had a conversation with him. He said, yeah, that takes care of me for this year, but I need that every year. And when we call it a capital item, that's, I don't want to use the word, I don't want to say dishonest, I don't want to say misleading, I don't know what I want to say, but it's sort of in the wrong place. If we're going to need that money every year, and I'm thinking about what's going to happen with this budget. It's going to go to town meeting, pass, fail, whatever, and then we're going to have a whole nother year of looking at a budget, and next year's going to be tough. Next year's going to be a lot of tight budgets, not enough money. What can we cut back? What's going to go to an override? I want to go into that process with as honest a budget as we can. So one thing I think the Warrant Committee can do to improve this budget is take $67,850 out of capital, put it into the IT budget. That will not change a single thing for this year. The IT director will still have the same amount of money to buy the same computers, but it'll be an honest reflection of the budget. This $67,000 for laptops, that's an ongoing expense. When people look at the budget next year and say, where's our starting point? It'll be a bit more honest. Another thing I think we can do is snow and ice. We've heard from several people that the snow and ice budget is not only too low, it's laughably low. It's, what is it, $160,000? We've heard from everybody that's nowhere, that's like a winter with almost no snow. Any average winter is going to cost us a lot more. And so every year the snow budget is not enough. Every year they manage to get money from somewhere else. Again, if we're starting the budget process for next year, I want to start out with a true and honest reflection of where we stand. So I would like to propose $200,000 out of stabilization into snow removal. I'm sorry, I know people like stabilization, but I want to properly reflect what the snow budget is. And I think that's the sort of thing that the warrant committee can add to the process. Thank you.
Lori.
I would like to ask Amy a question.
We're lucky she's here.
I know. Hello. Get it. So to Jay's 2 points, one, the 67,000 computers in capital. Can you comment on that?
So that's why we funded it with free cash and not bonding. The capital is anything $25,000 or more, and that can be cumulative. That has a useful life of 5 years or more, is considered capital. So that was submitted to capital. There's things like that for the schools in there as well with their end user devices. The problem is it's the only way we've been able to afford to fund them is through free cash. So the capital committee worked long and hard on that recommendation, ours. It's made up of different appointed individuals from other boards and committees. And we have publicly acknowledged that some of these things belong in an operating budget. But if they're in the operating budget, they're probably not going to get funded. So it's kind of a gray area. But that's why we did not recommend it be bonded, because we didn't feel, in general, the capital committee will say technology, probably not a good idea to bond that, right? So we try to fund those kind of things with free cash.
And then the snow budget, Jay, did you want to put another 200? So make it 360.
Yes.
And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, which I agree, 160 seems low, but 360 if we have another, and I don't know what we've spent this year, but if we have another light year of snow, we potentially lose it? Is that?
So, don't know the exact answer to that. I don't believe so because we don't vote it as a separate item within the DPW budget. Similar, well, I don't want to say similar. So if you look at the DPW budget, the way this committee makes its recommendation, it's a total for Public Works General. And within that number is the snow and ice. Snow and ice is the one deficit that we can raise on the recap from year to year if we need to. We've never had to do that because we've been able to manage covering any overages through year-end transfers or reserve fund transfers.
No, it does. Does anybody else remember Nick saying something about that snow and ice, the 160, if you put too much in?
You cannot reduce it. I have to report snow and ice to the Department of Revenue every year on this through the year-end filings that I do. And once you report it higher, you can't reduce it. You cannot go
in
back.
future years.
Yeah, so you're stuck with that.
That's why it's 160.
Whereas if you're low and you have a deficit, the town may choose to raise it on the tax recap the following year. It's one of the only things that you can do that for. So although we acknowledge that it's low and it gives us more flexibility by keeping it low.
And you
So
can
I would-
manage it locally.
Is that because it's an operating cost that the baseline moves? If you're at 160 and it goes up, it becomes an operating cost annualized? Is that what happens to that?
Well, it's an annual operating cost anyway. I'm not sure. I think it's just, I'm not sure. Do you know the answer to that one, Clark?
Just
Why the DOR doesn't allow you to go down?
No, I think it's a quirky thing on the recap. They don't allow
Yeah, I can't really answer
It's
that.
fine. It's fine.
So if we were to up it and we don't use it, does it go back in the general fund? Or where does that money go?
Yes, because of the way it's voted at town meeting.
Okay.
I still have to report it separately to the Department of Revenue, but because it's not broken out as a separate line item, we could potentially.
Where did we find the money in the past when we went way over on the Stowe budget when we had some bad winters?
So I have to go back, like some of the really bad winters, we get some FEMA money.
Okay.
In the past, we've done some reserve fund transfers or what's called the year-end transfer. So for example, if we had a really bad winter in 22, we could have transferred some of the turn back from police to cover it.
Okay.
I can't really speak for the last couple of years because I wasn't here, but a lot of times we'll manage it within all the DPW line items, maybe have to transfer something from like group insurance or some of the bigger ones that we don't spend it all. And that just does get approved at year end before I can actually do the entry.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please, about the IT? About it was 67,850, and I see that that's in the budget under capital non-bonded. So I'm Jay, help me. So what are you asking to do with regards to that?
So I'm asking to take that out of capital non-bonded and put it in the IT budget. So the practical effect for this coming year is nothing, except when when people are looking at the budget to set it for next year. It's sort of acknowledging this is an ongoing expense. It's not a one-time expense. That's the
okay. And then Amy Dexter, can you please explain to me the thought process? I think that you just sort of gave us the thought process for why it was in the capital non-bonded. Could you please say that again?
So the bylaw related to capital states that anything that's $25,000 or more or has a useful life of 5 years or more is considered capital. Historically, we've considered cumulative purchases. I would argue that it could be considered one time because you could easily not fund that 1 year and still get by. $67,000 for computers is a lot. And I think there's some other network and stuff in there. If you do this, to Jay's point, there's no bottom line effect, but it affects the capital committee and the select board because it's already been voted as capital.
Okay. I'm
And
sorry.
I just want to say it's very honest because we openly at our
Sure.
meetings discuss
I was
it.
struggling for the right word.
I don't like that word, so.
Okay, so your objection to that word is sustained, and you will refrain. Thank you. Okay, Jareem had his hand up.
I just had a thought. I mean, $67,000 is not really, to be honest with you, that much money for what we're talking about in terms of upgrades. The IT director is, in a way, sort of right in terms of the cost that he's going to incur over time, but they will go down. Because he's going to have the hardware, and he's going to have opportunities to refurbish, resell, recycle, and get money back from that, depending on whatever his sort of management style is of the situation. That number should go down, but it should be consistent in terms of what Jay is saying. To be honest, it's something that needs to, actually happen, and we'll see the effects in the long term and probably benefit in general from that, rather than having to kind of, tussle around or whatever you want to talk, like play with these monies in this way. Jay is, I agree with Jay. Yeah, that's the bottom line. Because this line item just needs to happen, and ultimately you're gonna pay, and you're gonna run into this situation every single year, and it's gonna get worse, primarily because the fact is, you're juggling around, this cash that these people need, and eventually the costs are gonna amount to be more if you're not able to actually address these things or use, put them in an operating budget, and just have the stuff there, because there's going to be more hardware, there's going to be upgrades, patches, and just things that are unexpected, changes in technology, policy change, all types of stuff like that. So I think, again, just to reiterate, I think Jay is pretty on point with what he's talking about. That's it. Thank you.
Jay, when we look at the warrant articles,
Okay.
right? So what we have to do, what we're talking about is, it looks like the overall scheme here is that we're not changing the dollar amount. So the question that I'm asking is, where do we do that? Because we have all the articles relate to various appropriations, right? So what we're talking about here, it seems to me, is that we're talking about X dollar amount. We're not arguing about whether that dollar amount in the overall budgetary scheme would be included or not. We're saying it should be. But I'm just trying to figure out, how do we do that? And I'm not sure. I mean, definitely in a comment. Amy.
So if you're doing what he's suggesting, you would change the general government article, IT general expenses, or add another line item. But if you're going to do that, you have the same issue with the end user devices for schools. So you will be adding that to the school budget, bottom line budget.
May I speak?
Sure.
I did think about that. I did think, do we want to move the school computers into the school budget? I didn't want to touch that, mostly because IT has a line item for hardware, I think. And, schools would just go into the school budget and.
Correct, but you should be consistent. If you're saying that it's not transparent, well, I'll use that word, to include it in this article because it's a recurring expense every year. And to be consistent and to be transparent, that 470 should go to the school budget.
Yeah, I intentionally didn't want to do that because I thought that would be a big mess and thought this would not, but maybe I was wrong.
Well, it's just inconsistent treatment, so.
And wouldn't you also need to upgrade the backup system? Wouldn't that be comparable as well?
Yeah, except I don't think he does that every year. Some of these non-bonded capital items are not.
At one time.
Right. The other one you would have to do is the facilities for the schools and towns. That would go to the consolidated facilities. It's another one, same issue. It's every year he's asking for projects. We chose not to list all the projects in this article this year so that it would give them more flexibility. Also doing it this way, if it's in capital, it can roll over from year to year. So for instance, if IT doesn't use the full 67, it automatically rolls over to the next year. And he doesn't lose it, he doesn't turn it back because it's in capital. So he doesn't have to worry about maybe making a lot of orders at the end of June that he's not really ready to set the computers up and all that stuff. I mean, he's on the town side, it's right now a one-man department, but should be a two-man department they're trying to fill. So I would just caution either way. Bottom line, it doesn't make a difference. If you change it, we will need to ask the capital committee to reconsider the recommendation. because this article here is submitted by the Capital Committee, I believe the Select Board.
Yes.
So we'll have to go back to both of those boards to revote. I think you could address it in the comments and say next year, especially if we're talking an operational override, absolutely, it should be considered to be put into those departmental budgets. This isn't an issue we've been talking about for years. It just,
Lori, does that answer your question? Do you have a follow-up based on that?
No, I'm good.
Thank you, Jay.
The article says to see what sum of money the town will vote to appropriate for capital items. It's like one sentence. And our recommendation, which we write, has all the details. So I don't see why they'd have to revote. I also,
they absolutely need to revote.
Okay,
They're
well then-
separate. You're either recommending what they're saying or not. Maybe they don't have to, but I would ask them to, because out of courtesy, they spent a lot of time.
fine with me.
And if you want to go forward to town meeting as being a consensus on the article, you would ask them to revote so that we don't have to note that there was
Okay, well, that's true of anything.
a change.
Is that correct?
Yes, but you might not get cooperation with that request.
Okay.
I just personally think you got a lot of work in front of you.
Nobody else?
Well, we're at this stage. Tom, is that it?
No, I'm just.
So let's do this. We're at this sort of like beginning discussion part. So Jay has raised $67,850 in the, as currently capital non-bonded request to have that come out of the general budget. As well as, he also brought up
Well,
snow and ice.
flaws were pointed out.
That's okay, but that's we're talking about. We haven't, voted on that as part of our discussion. So what Jay has done is Jay has brought up, and I'd ask him, are there things that people want to talk about? Jay brought something up that he wants to talk about. Is there anything else that people would like to bring up and discuss with regards to the budget proposal? Judy?
Have all the subcommittees finished their work? I'm not.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
So
Would we, and this is my first budget, so bear with me. Would we want to hear from these subcommittees on what they found, what they think? I mean, not every itty bitty one, but.
Well, let me put it like this, is that, I think the short answer to that would be if there were subcommittees that felt that they would want to make a recommendation that was different from what is in what I'm calling, next proposal.
Mm-hmm.
And Amy Dexter, what was the word that you used? There was a process. It sounded like compromise, is that it had gone through the process of reconciliation through the various parties.
The consensus?
The consensus, thank you. The consensus budget. If there's people who are considering a deviation from the consensus budget, we would want to know that early, because that's what I'm saying, is that we need to talk about, what do we want to do so that when we get to the articles that we're voting on, we don't get to the last one and then the subcommittee comes up and says, no, it needs to be double, because we need to have an eye on our bottom line throughout, okay?
Would specifically the largest budget that we have in front of us is for the schools. I have no idea where the subcommittee is at on that, what they found, what they think.
Okay.
They
It sounds
like it,
all
maybe
right,
they don't,
all right.
I don't know.
Let me just ask a quick question before we get to schools.
Oh, okay.
were there any subcommittees that think that they fall into the category of making a recommendation that would be different from what was in the consensus budget?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, only because I'm thinking about a conversation that we had today, and I guess how we think about the role. So JJ and I were on, and Judy were on the library committee.
I didn't make it though.
Right, and you know, we thought, yep, they should get that funded. You know, there are a lot more kids coming through town, et cetera, and that didn't happen. But then we're getting into the minutia. Like, we're talking about one position that isn't funded that we thought should be funded, and that would, I think, would have been our recommendation to support the budget that was presented with the needs. But then, you know, and I don't want to deep dive in the school committee, but then if there are things within that budget, then the understanding is it's really just, we're talking about a number, and regardless of where our concern or where money is spent, it doesn't matter, that's beyond our purview. So I'm kind of trying to figure out, we're weighing in on big global things as opposed to details. Is that correct?
That's true. I mean, that's a good point. I want to use your point as an opportunity to bring that up again, is that at the end of the day, what we vote in our article is a dollar amount. And we could come up with a dollar amount because we feel that this position should be funded instead of this position, or this position should be funded instead of this position, and we could make that recommendation. But when the money goes to that department, it's their money. And so, like, you know, like one of the things that, you know, like we're here to vote budget, not policy. You know, by what you fund is that policy, you know, so the point is like, so that's that. Like, so part of our role is, you know, we do the oversight, we ask the questions. I think Amy Dexter brought it up, like even Jay, you asking these questions right now here on the record at the Warrant Committee and budget discussion will have an effect. Will have an effect. You often hear people saying, this came up last year. This came up last year. So even the simple fact that we're asking the questions has an effect. Because we are like a mini town meeting. We are like a mini town meeting, asking the questions, going in. The departments get feedback from us. When we have the discussions, it's, you know, it goes back to, you know, we're talking about transparency. It's transparency, is that we have citizens in the spaces asking questions, going through the books. It's okay, but at the end of the day, we were voting on a dollar amount.
Okay.
And we can't make anybody do anything, right? Mm-hmm. And so it, you know, it comes down to faith, and I think that we need to have good faith. I think that good faith has been shown to us at all of our hearings. Judy.
Kind of following through, just for clarification. If we vote for this budget that Nick gave us, it doesn't really matter what we say in the individual articles after that. So I would like to point out to this committee that I am in favor of going through each article separately, because when we get to the end, in effect, we've now done the whole budget. And then, vote, yay, this is good, we did it. Did you follow that?
Right, so I think one of the reasons why we had the subcommittees look at all look at all the budgets in the meantime, like during this process, is that if we were to go through every single budget, we're going to address every single one, right?
In the articles. The
Right.
separate articles.
So when we vote, we put them up.
Yeah.
And I would propose that we start at the smallest number at the top of the page. Okay? Like, let's say 4 is the first one we haven't done. Okay? And we're going to have to go through every single one. Is there a vote? Is there a yes? What is it? What I'm saying is that by the time we're getting there to vote on these budgets, on these articles, we should have confidence of what our vote's going to be with regards to that number. If we're going to vote yes for that number, we're voting yes for that number. If we're going to vote no, that we have a reason for that before we get to like 33 and have a huge problem with 33 at 3:33 a.m. tomorrow night. If we don't go through this ahead of time and have the big picture.
So, I seem to be losing my own self here.
Could I maybe, just because I know you're new, I think we go through and vote yes to all of them. I think what Dave is trying to say is maybe the subcommittees who have concerns, raise those now so we can hear them. I was on Parks and Rec. I wouldn't raise any concerns, so I would feel comfortable saying, I recommend Allison and I did this together. Let's just vote yes on this. No discussion, move through. So maybe if any, right, like if, let's just start with the subcommittees that have issues, get that out of the way, I think, yeah, but just kind of get that conversation started versus like getting so deep now.
And I would ask to do that. The question was, were there non-school, let's hold off on school for a second, were there any non-school subcommittees that wanted to raise the issue? So Jay raised the issue of, I think that IT was an issue that I saw. Amanda, you brought up library, but it sounds like it's not changing your bottom line.
I mean, I didn't talk to Jay. No, I mean, I think that the decisions are made. I think sometimes it's like they got something, so.
Right? So this is a good example, is that, and maybe, like, when we talk about the effect that the warrant committee can have, I think it was here. Somebody said to Nick, boy, gee, wouldn't it be great if the library could get their $81,000? And then what we see in the consensus budget is maybe they didn't get the whole thing, but maybe they got something that they could use for extra hours to sort of try to accomplish that mission. And I'm not going to say that it was, the warrant committee saying, hey, Nick, maybe. But I think that sometimes, like, that could be an example. And then what Amanda's saying is, maybe that's something that the subcommittee, can accept in view of the overall. And then the recommendation from the subcommittee might be that the subcommittee is in favor. Okay. So that's an example of how that can work. So are there any other of the subcommittees, or should we just go right to a discussion of Steve?
I would recommend let's just run through the articles. And when we get there, whoever was on the subcommittee, if they have something to say, they can say it and just keep working our way through them.
For votes?
Yeah.
But if we do that, we're going to start if we do that, we start to get to some pretty big numbers fast. We start off with like capital budget appropriation. I think that we could make a real mess of the numbers if we start approving. And if say, for instance, we get to the school budget committee, and let's say potentially there was arguments that were made that the school budget needs more money, and we're going to have to find that somewhere. And we have already gone and approved. Yes, Steve.
No, I was just going to say, so when are we going to see the final budget? I don't have a final school budget. We reviewed it today, what we had, but I was told they're still moving numbers around. So I don't know what the expectations are for us to do our job.
Okay,
So
this is what I would consider to be the budget for purposes of right now is going to be the consensus budget. That's what we have in front of us as the budget that's been proposed, negotiated to some. I think negotiated is a word that you can use. I think that when Nick, starts off with big numbers, Nick's first budget, was such as it was, it's my understanding, big picture, that he took $500,000 that he had been wanting to put into stabilization and put the $500,000 into the proposed consensus budget that would include $500,000 more of the needs-based funding. We have the charts, we have the paperwork in front of us. That was a result of the multiple meetings that they had with the various budget committees, the select board budget committee, the school budget committee. And so that's what we're looking at.
Oh, that's that chart.
Okay, and that has been distributed. Jay had done an excellent job of helping us to prepare a spreadsheet that is even an aw shucks country bumpkin like myself can understand. Okay, and so I think, and now this is the budget that's before us. Okay.
I think.
Yes, Judy.
And Steve, help me with this.
Oh, Henny has his hand up. You haven't seen it?
No, and I said maybe Steve can. I'm calling on.
Yep, Tom.
Experienced with budget
Do you
folks.
have the spreadsheet up?
If we vote on the consensus, when we get the final, do our answers need to match? Are we going to vote on a final or just the consensus? That's my question.
So the budget, right, so is that Nick has presented to us at this point the proposed budget for the town. And what we do is the warrant, and the proposed budget for the town is broken out into the various articles, okay, that relate to each department and each process of the town. And next to each article, there's a line item, okay, that tracks in his budget, okay?
I got all this.
Yep.
I think I'm not explaining my question correctly. So I think I'm going to say this. There was a motion to just vote on the consensus budget, whether it goes up or down. If we do that now, before, what are we even bothering meeting for anymore? Then I'm asking, because is that a final determination of the budget for us?
If we
voted
did,
up, we voted down, boom, we're
yeah,
done.
if we did that, yes.
And there's no more discussion.
Well, we're having the discussion now.
Once we do that, we're done. So if you do that tonight, I think this is where I'm leading to.
What's the total
If
free
you
cash
vote
we
on
have?
that motion tonight, basically,
That's what they want, but what is in free cash?
hello,
How much
we
are we
got
putting
time
away
off
into the
that
bank?
we didn't even think we were getting.
But I think that's why we're trying to bring up any
Sure.
concerns the subcommittees had, so that
So,
the entire committee can have that.
And to further my knowledge, I'm okay with, I am okay with coming here again to have more discussion. I believe that it's premature. There it is.
So both,
I
basically
believe
taking almost all of it then.
it is premature for us to vote on the consensus budget. And because it would seem to me that we're all pretty, had a rough couple of weeks
And I think
there.
the committee agrees with you, Judith, and that's why we've opened this up for the discussion.
If we don't finish it tonight, table it again, sir.
So I just,
Okay.
I
And then
potentially, we're scheduled to meet tomorrow night, and we've sort of started talking about Saturday.
fine.
But where we're at right now, though,
Yes.
is the discussion, and we're getting close to the point where I might be able to say the word out loud, schools.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand.
Okay, I know. Okay, Steve.
That makes
Yeah, so
sense.
we met today for 2 hours, our
Steve's ready to jump in.
All right.
our side.
Let there be schools.
And Amy was there, and Mr. Pavlicek was there, and a number of other school.
Maybe it wasn't there. Maybe it was Glenn.
Oh, sorry. There's too many meetings.
Yeah, I was not there.
Okay, anyway.
We missed you.
So we were told that we don't have a final budget yet. It's still being tweaked. And we met and we asked all our questions, and we're pretty comfortable with our questions, but we're not ready with our recommendations. So we're setting another meeting for Friday. And you're going to put the agenda out, right? Okay. So, and we're going to meet again on Friday and hopefully have our recommendation, if you will, at that point.
Right. Because I've been thinking about this since we left.
Mhm.
Because of the, open meeting rules, it has to be funded in our speech. And I'm just throwing out this out there, and it doesn't have to be anything. I feel like we've had there's been a lot of information that we've been given, and I think if there are places where, from an overall standpoint, that we have thoughts about direction, that maybe this is the time. Would it make sense to do it now? Because I don't, or no.
Let's do it now.
Because and I'm not trying to short circuit the process at all. I'm just thinking that's Friday, and if there are, I don't know what you guys.
So here's my thought. I can see both, but I think to your point, and I think Steve, I think we have an idea that we just didn't come out with we wanted to take off the bottom line and use I think we're there. We just need the information to be able to put into place kind of our recommendation and how we want to do it. Because I know where our feelings are at. We just need to know what we would do the process and how our recommendation would either go off the bottom line or how we would kind of tweak what we want to, what we would think about the budget and what we would do about it.
Jay.
I'm confused. If the warrant committee votes a recommendation of $62,224,062, then that is the school budget. I don't care if they say it's not final. That's the school budget. That's the recommendation of town meeting. So,
Mr. Pavlicek.
The issue of not final. At the meeting this afternoon, I mentioned that in the draft you have, the recommended appropriation was not broken out by how much was general fund, how much was out of one-time funds, how much was in fact going to be backed out of it because it was going to be funded by ARPA funds. You now have that, and we did it this afternoon. So you have all the final numbers. You have the numbers that Amy gave you today. This, when you say so much for the schools, you're not going to vote on anything that's ARPA because that's a separate issue. And you're going to vote on so much from an appropriation of so much, which is less ARPA, so much coming from the tax levy, and so much coming from free cash. And Amy has broken that out for all the articles down on the sheet she gave you tonight. So you do in fact have the recommended appropriations for each article on the consensus.
And are those numbers updated in the draft warrant?
Yes, I went in on the shared warrant. I updated all of the articles to reflect the numbers that are on the workbook. I made some changes to the workbook that you guys should be aware of. I think if there's one spreadsheet in there, if we pull it up, might help you all visualize the budget, because I think that might be the piece you guys are missing.
Well, so we're on version 4 of Jay's.
Yeah, that's mine.
Of Jay's.
Doesn't count.
Your spreadsheet that you're using, that's in the shared drive?
Yes.
I didn't see it.
It's under, unless Nick told me you guys had access to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the shared drive right now.
I had trouble getting into it.
I have a hard time
It's
with it.
under the shared drive, go to FY '24 budgets, go to budgets for WC, and there's a spreadsheet in there called FY '24 Budget Workbook 3/21/23.
Do you have access to it?
I don't
You
know
don't
if we
have
do.
it, I can reshare it. or I
I'm just searching for Amy.
I've got it. I'm happy to share my screen if that
Oh,
helps.
thank you.
That would help.
Boy.
Let me see it.
So the tab that I'm thinking could be helpful to you. So this is where all the information is. When I printed out the supplemental, that's on a separate tab. There's a free cash tab. The budget detail gives you different line items, references, the articles.
Which tab should we look at? I'm sorry. Which
If you
tab?
go to budget detail,
I'll go back into that.
I referenced the article numbers.
So I was thinking, no,
Yeah.
it was a swap. It was.
Budget
There you
workbook,
go.
you said?
Yeah. So way over to the left.
That's what he has.
I'm trying to get on it.
You can probably hide some columns with the article number.
I'm trying
It's
right
gonna
now.
get you from, this is what I use to do the articles in the work, in the warrant. So you could hide all of 23 for your discussion, just
Sure.
put it on a screen. This is what we've referred to as level service.
Do the whole thing.
This is your needs-based requests, so your supplementals.
Read it on my phone.
And
I know, it's
then you have total needs-based. This is everything that's not funded on the needs. And this 650 is what I wanted to point out. That I'm taking out of the school budget because it's funded by ARPA, and ARPA isn't subject to warrant committee or town meeting approval.
So
So I
that number
backed
went
it out.
down.
So the number we had in there was 275 for ARPA. Now it's 650?
No, we talked about that last night. It was never 275 on my version of the worksheet. The 275, 375 number that's flying around is a project that has not even been included anywhere in this, that was approved last year for 2.5 years for the schools.
So the
So
actual,
that's not even in the mix here.
okay, but so the ARPA number is actually 650 then?
But if you recall last year, there was 900, let's call it 979, something like that, thousand of one year of ARPA positions for the schools.
I'm since I'm sharing the screen.
We're extending some of them for one more year using ARPA, the 650.
So that's the
So I
first time
had
it's,
to break that out. Before I had it in here and I had it as a source of funds, but we can't do it that way in the article. And I realized that when I sat down to do the edits today. So we have to back it out because it's not subject to approval by this committee or town meeting.
okay.
So the actual number for consideration for the schools that Nick is putting forward is the 61,574,000. I'm not sure if that helps or complicates things.
No, it's just the first time we've seen it.
Well, this has been in the shared drive.
Some of us.
You know how many pieces of documents we have in front of us?
Hard to access.
Amanda,
Well, I think the point was.
you get it?
I had problems.
So his balanced budget is the 615.
Yes,
But the needs base,
I
request.
didn't bring my.
oh, that's a request.
That's request.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Yep, yep,
touchscreen,
yep.
huh?
Whoa.
The needs, the level is
The
61.
61, got it.
He's recommending, but that has the 650 in it, so
Yep.
keep that in mind,
Yep.
right? So if you're gonna vote on that column, you need to deduct the 650.
Yep,
The request for above level was 761,
yep,
of which his recommendation backs out 260 as not being funded. So 761 plus the 260, you'll see on that other supplemental
yep.
request.
So
So-
Nick's consensus budget request is the 615.
Yes. Yes. So if
Yeah,
you
it's less.
agreed with level,
$1,000.
then you could just focus on what's on the supplemental.
Okay, and so then this Article 30 over here is that the proposed article would be, as it's written, would
Yes.
be the 61.5 number. Okay, so that's what I'm going to call the net consensus budget. So just to back it up, like that's where we're saying, like, and we decided not to do that, but a way to get started was there a motion for that? Okay, And then we're going to have our discussion. And so then, so we're discussing the school budget. I mean, where we're at in this process right now is I just don't think we have time for another meeting on Friday to meet back on Saturday to do this. Whereas last night, what we did was we tabled it in anticipation of having another meeting today to get here tonight. Steve?
So I don't think we should suffer because we didn't get the information we need to do our job. If you don't want us to do our job, then we'll say yes and we'll just walk away from this.
Well,
this is not the way the process works.
Now.
Can I?
Jay?
I'm sorry. I'll just say there's the 62224 number that we've had for over a week, which is the same as the 61574 number, except for the 650. So the money that is going to the schools has not changed. It's just, where's the money coming from? But when we're saying, what should the schools have to spend? That has not changed for, I want to say 2 weeks, maybe a little more. So just, let's be clear that, okay. I think I've made my.
Right, and I sent out Jay's version 4 spreadsheet with screenshots to everybody on Friday, saying, put this on your iPad and put it underneath your pillow as you go to sleep, because I broke out. And that was, I think, even version 3 when I did with my screenshots showing specifically what the needs-based requests were, so that if people wanted to look at what the needs-based requests, because they don't just go to schools, that's what the consensus budget basically did. The consensus budget basically started at level funding year over year, and then because of the amount of free cash that we had, he chose to allocate some of that free cash. And I just want to mention, in the context of, and it sounds like, and members can decide for themselves how much weight to put this into their deliberations. But in the context of discussion of potential override, it sounds like in the consensus discussions of the consensus budget, the allocation of some of this money from the free cash to these to fulfill needs-based requests was a form of compromise to use some of the money that was available to us now in free cash in order to not do an override this year. And I would imagine, so what we're talking about is that he went and used from his first budget, he used approximately $500,000 more towards the needs-based. I would imagine that if we were talking about an override this year, we would be talking about a lot more than $500,000. So it kind of looks to me like the big change from Nick's first budget to the consensus budget is about $500,000. That is something on the order of 0.5% of the overall. Mm-hmm. So the big change going from Nick's first budget to the consensus budget is something on the order of 0.5% of the overall. So anyway, did someone say schools? I mean, I think we have to hammer this thing out.
So you said
Wait,
schools.
I did.
Okay, so we're talking. So it's very hard for me to think of this year without thinking of next year. And so where I get caught up, and maybe I'm not looking at the right way, is that we've had ARPA funding come in, and it's not our job to discuss ARPA, like we don't approve it, et cetera. But what that means is next year there are positions that have been added over the past 2 or 3 years that come out to approximately $967,000 million. that will then, if my understanding is, that will then, short of another draining of money, that will then have to be funded out of the general fund because that will be our new baseline, correct?
Yes.
So that's where I'm having a difficult time is because we were able to fund and add in positions due to this funding, which we don't have to approve. But those things, budget and allocations that we didn't have to approve have a direct impact on us next year and this year. And so we keep talking about an override. And then I keep hearing the term, we're kicking the can down the road for another year, which doesn't feel right to me, that's like just sort of the way that we approach it. And I understand that there's money. And so that's where my struggle is. It's because ultimately, as we're told, we can have thoughts around how the budget is allocated, but that's not our job. Our role is to advise or make recommendations on the dollar amount. And I'm getting stuck on the dollar amount because I'm looking at it today and seeing how it's funded. And I'm looking at a bottom line and I know that we're talking about the general fund, but then I just see that to next year. So does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where
Yes.
that's where my difficulty is, that this year we're asking for this much, but in order to level fund next year, we are going to have to take into account that there's been $1 million of staffing added, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you got your
Absolutely.
point. Good, well.
So that's where I don't know what I do with that. I guess, so that's just sort of my one point of conversation.
Allison.
So with the free cash, so here's my feedback. I believe that and obviously this isn't about, I can say where the money was wrongly used for positions in the ARPA that are now being forced to put us into budget and allocate for money for them in where I feel like we could have put them in the budget over the last couple of years. My struggle is then saying that we're going to take free cash and we're going to put it to other positions that, we could say, or some people would say are needed. I would say that some of them are and some of them aren't. I would like to use that cash to take it off of the free cash to use towards the general budget to help alleviate some of those positions to put us in a better situation for next year. That to me says that we're being conscious and we do need to budget because that cost is not changing. And so for us to go into a position of next year and of an override, and additionally with a school possibly building override, it just doesn't put us in a good position. So my, I don't agree with how some of that money was spent in the budget, and we had 5 million. And so if we didn't look to properly budget, and then we're now putting a needs list on top of it, I think the money could be used more well spent. Where it went up 5% on the budget. So we just continue to rise without looking at the expenses and budget, and I look at the police department, I mentioned this in the meeting earlier, who did a really good job of putting in positions from the ARPA for 2025 into their budget. So it's concerning to me to just keep funding positions on the ARPA and then expect them to be in the general budget for next year.
Is Emily on?
She has joined us, yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to,
Can I ask
Amanda,
a
sure.
clarification? So with the free cash, are you saying more or in a different place?
No, so I think we should not use the free cash I would think we should take it off our budget bottom line. I think that's what Steve mentioned doing.
Yes.
Because that will help alleviate some of the positions that we are funding through the ARPA.
So does that, when you say that, are you talking about so I'm looking at the chart that we got today that talked about like the free cash distributions that he was talking about. Are you talking about not using any of this free cash?
I mean, I'd say we could go through the positions, but I wouldn't. I would also put some money aside in sustainability for the option of possibly using it for preschool alleviation in the future, so that we put ourselves in a situation where we can, look for property and have that money. I think for us to spend it all and not, especially given what's going on in our town and enrollment, we wouldn't be putting ourselves in a good investment or opportunity, or to then put it on the taxpayers and wait, where we could possibly do something that could help us for our enrollment. So I would put some in the sustainability and.
Okay.
Stabilization?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What did I say? Sorry, I was late.
Okay, so what it sounds like what you're saying is that you would be in favor of not using the free cash. Okay. Does anybody else have any other comments?
Well,
Lori?
I'll just say what I said the other day, is that I liked when stabilization was getting $1 million, which was $750 to general and $250 to capital.
Okay.
So I guess what our next move was going to be for us to discuss some suggestions to the school board on where we think there may be some space. And there's also a couple things that we talked to them about, adding some more positions in for like math specialists and so on, where we're falling way behind. So there was still, I guess, some negotiations going on back and forth. And I know it's not our job to recommend, but for us to just say, okay, cut $1 million out of your budget is not fair either. We should at least give some logic behind why we think or where we think we're going. That's what we're planning on doing on Friday. And we do it tomorrow, but we can't do it tomorrow because we need 48 hours. So,
right. So, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is that you would. The concern is that you're saying that there's some positions that you wouldn't want to see, but there's other positions that you would want to see. Because again, we go back to the issue where we end up we vote on a number that goes to the school. And we could say, like, we want, we could say, you've got here 3, you're asking for, 2 special education teachers and a reading interventionist. And we're going to, you're asking for the 2 and you're not funding the 1. We think that you should go for a special education teacher and the reading specialist instead. I mean, we can't make the schools do that. We give them the money and they decide. So I think where we're at is that, we've got to vote on, the bottom line. On the bottom line, and by line, I mean, at this point, line item on the budget as reflected by the article associated with it. And, the school budget, we just had it up. That's what they're asking for. Our recommendation is either yes or no. If we vote no, then we write what our recommendation is what it is instead. And then we lay out what our reasoning is. Okay. So for instance, following what Allison is saying, is that if we were looking at schools and we voted no, we would say, we would have to have what our recommendation is for what is the dollar amount that we are recommending. And then in our comment, we would want to say, if we were reflecting what Allison where she's coming from would be like, is that we were not in favor of using the free cash at this level in order to, right? And so that we're going back, let's say, to, on the spreadsheet, to the level funding, right? So, what we could say, like maybe the easiest way to do that would be to say, we're voting in recommendation of the level funding number. Because if we really start chopping out this teacher and this piece and that piece, it's going to get complicated. One way of looking at it, if we were saying we're not in favor of the use of free cash, the easiest way to say I'm not in favor of the use of free cash is to vote for the level funding budget.
But they also,
Okay, hold on.
there, and Emily has her hand up too.
Amy Dexter.
There's free cash in the level funded also.
Okay, so there's free cash in the level funding, but less of it, I would imagine.
Yeah, and some of it is one-time expenditures. The amount supporting operations is approximately, if you look on the free cash tab, it's approximately 649, 693 is how much free cash is being used to balance the level service budget.
Of the entire budget or of the school budget?
Of the entire budget.
Of the entire budget.
Including is that right? Yeah, that's for operations. There's then another, so the total being used in the level service is $2,236,356, of which $649,693 is operations, not one time. We identified one-time non-recurring things like that we could not fund, like the capital, the OPEB that's every other year, the retro that's included in the set aside, those kind of things. So the exposure for balancing the budget using free cash is approximately $650 in the level service budget. So if it was to be no free cash at all for operations, we'd be
right
looking to figure out what budgets to cut, and the service would not be equivalent to what is right now.
Right. The question, is there anybody who's considering making a recommendation that we approve anything less than level funding?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't approve it, but there are things that I want to put on the record that are missing from the budget that we discuss in our subcommittee meetings that are concerning for us on Warrant, that, as you said, hopefully go into consideration as we continue to go through the year. Because
So what would some of those things be?
Can I
Go ahead.
I think that, and I'm, I think there were things that were raised, whether or not there was consensus on the concerns that everybody raised is different. So I think we all have, there were different concerns, different issues that people brought up. We didn't get to the point where we would talk and say, yes, I'm in agreement with that, or yes, so that's the only reason when I said, does it make more sense to talk about it now if we're not gonna have that opportunity? Because there at least there was no consensus on some of these things. I think there were things that we agreed that were maybe, there were thoughts, but again, it gets to that point where weighing in on a role isn't, do you know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that there's not the sense that like we had agreement on anything because we didn't get to, just because we didn't get to that point. So I'm not saying I didn't, but I'm just saying we didn't. Like we just didn't get there.
Well, then maybe what we have to do is we have to, like, we just don't have, I mean, I get it, like, it's not our, like, we got the budget late, things are, like, it's like, we always seem, like I've said it before, we always seem to be like, it's one of those old silent movies when we're in the old car going right in front of the train. Maybe what we have to do is bring those concerns up now to the whole warrant committee and we talk about them and we hash this thing out. because, you know, the school budget committee has met several times. They've gone to the school several times. We tabled the matter last night in order to have another meeting today. We're now talking about having another meeting so we can get back together again on Saturday. We have to make a recommendation to the town on this budget and get it in the warrant. So, Allison, what are some of the issues that you were raising?
So it would be focus on academically the kids, the students that are between K through 2 who are lacking math support, who are 67% of them behind one grade level. So that was raised today for a concern, and that one math interventionist in the needs is not enough. So that would be one. Reading the curriculum. Students are comprehensively are behind 1 to 2 grades. Reading specialists being in the elementary schools and the middle school and the high school. It's concerning for me, and then you can see it amongst the town. So I raised those questions of offering more support to our students who are behind and addressing those needs mathematically and comprehensively. You know, as first and a second grader who, when you look at the scores and there isn't that support, so that's where I would say the budget would be lacking for resources.
So that sounds like you're saying that you've identified like additional staff that you'd like to see in it.
Yeah, or I would say that they would have to budget so that they could get it in the regular budget and not be using, you know, free cash or ARPA money that's running out. There's 2 are in grants. So.
Okay.
And, you know, generally you have 1 for each school. And we are showing in the last 2 years that we haven't made any gains. And unfortunately for me, the strategic plan doesn't match up with the budget. So in showing how we are going to get there and how they broke down the budget towards the strategic plan.
Were there some Zoom hands up?
Emily.
Yeah, let's. Emily?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think I look at the budget and I see additional needs as well. And I think from my perspective, I see a need for additional funds. And I think from my perspective, the difficulty is there's a real limit on what's available. And I think the kind of consensus budget does kind of the best possible at kind of meeting some of the urgent needs. But I think this is a result of, again, like looking back at that per pupil spending when we're low compared to a lot of districts in the Commonwealth. It means that there are going to be so many priorities that have limited funding. And I just see some of these things more as a reason to increase funding. And I would love it if we were able to do that. But I think, you know, I also recognize that we need to be realistic about what's available. Because I think all of these things would be great to be able to fund. But again, I think there are real limitations on what we can do. So I think the consensus budget seems to try to address as many of the needs as possible and push off an override, which again, I know those of us on the Warrant Committee were told to kind of prepare for this year. And I think, you know, using free cash to kind of push that down the road isn't ideal. I'm kind of new to the override process, but my sense is that maybe there is a benefit to, like, if that can be delayed by a year, that there is some benefit. Because again, I think that the needs that Member Gagnon mentioned, like, these are real needs, and I would love to see those funded. I think that more funding would make it more possible. And I will stop there. And thank you, Karen, just a quick note to say thank you for promoting me. Sorry for joining late.
No problem.
And a quick thank you to Amanda for leading the school budget subcommittee this week.
Kristen.
Okay, so with the override, we're going to ask, the ARPA funding isn't going to be there. We, as Amy said, cannot count on free cash. That we have to count that as zero. So we're going to the town is going to get presented with a number. You fund this $5 million override. My worry is with ARPA, with free cash, with this, we're going to present a number that voters, it's not going to be very palatable. Having all these one-time funds being used for operational things is, I worry that this override that everyone has been anticipating for year after year, if the number is too big, all of that's gone. And we keep saying, kicking this can down the road. Yeah, my daughter's in 6th grade. She'll never be in that new school. The can was kicked so far down the road, it's done. And I don't want, I really think we're doing a disservice if we just do it again this year. It's my 2 cents.
Jay.
Yeah, I hear the concerns about using the one-time funds, and that's certainly valid. I sort of said a version of this last night, which is, I 100% agree with you. We're kicking the can down the road, but the other option would be, right now we have the money to fund an elementary math interventionist, only one, which I take your word for it that it's not enough, but one, 3 special ed teachers in Tucker, a few more things. We have the money to fund that this year. We can do it or we can not do it. And to go to, the people that would benefit from the special ed teacher in Tucker and say, yeah, we had the money to pay for it, but we just would rather put it in savings. I trust the school administration, the town administration, the elected members of the select board, the elected members of the school committee decided what is needed and what is not. And I don't have a problem. I see the concerns with using one-time funds, but to me, that's the lesser of two evils. Because, the select board chose not to do an override this year, partly because they knew we were using one-time funds. If these one-time funds weren't here, the select board very possibly would have gone for an override. So, and then the voters next year can decide. And I don't know what the voters will decide. If anyone wants to make money on Milton politics, ask me what I think and then bet the other way, because that will certainly happen. But we'll present the voters with the price tag and what they get for it.
So it'd be one thing if we went through and we were looking at things that were needs versus like things that the tech teacher and, if we wanted to go through those additional funds, but it still needs to be put on record that these reading specialists and these are over needs that aren't being met in the general budget. And that's concerning as a parent, that we now have to ask, and then money's not going to be there next year. So, this was $5 million worth of ARPA money in Norfolk County money that didn't get used for these needs. And when there was years ago that the specialists were put into the budget that weren't hired, that should have been in that budget going into this year. That's what's so I understand that, we have to go back to them and say, we didn't get the reading specialist, but that was years ago. And that should have been into the Norfolk money and the ARPA money. So, because to be honest with you, the preschool teachers should not be in the ARPA money. That was supposed to be for learning loss. So those are that hard discussions that need to be had. And there needs to be some acknowledgement that we dropped the ball and where we were supposed to use the funding, because it was supposed to be for reading. It was supposed to be for math. And that's where it's disappointing as somebody who has kids in the school system and we're watching my friends get tutors and we talk about equity, but if we have to keep hiring tutors, there's going to be a further equity issue because people are going to get ahead and other people aren't going to get ahead. So just so that we're on that page of things that money wasn't used and now we have to go and say, well, now we feel bad because we have to use free cash to now put the people that we really need in the school. That should have been there from the beginning.
Steve.
So I just wanted to comment on what Kristen had to say. I mean, it's exactly, we're just digging ourselves in a deeper hole. And if we don't tighten our belt this year, we're going to be so much worse off next year. And there's a lot of people in this town that can't afford a huge override. And we're building a new school. I mean, they want to build a new school. We're building a new fire department. We got 2 more fire departments in queue. We're going to bankrupt this town. I mean, we're going to tighten our belt now. And I don't agree with what you're saying. If you have 100,
address it to the chair.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
I don't agree.
I get it.
I think we should put some away for the rainy fund. That's why it's called the rainy fund, more so than what we've allocated. Maybe it's not the whole amount, but some more, so that we have it downstream when we need it, and we're going to need it.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Emily's hand up.
Emily's hand is up. Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, again, I know the idea of kicking the can down the road has come up, and I agree. Like, yes, it would be better to have a long-term solution now. I think the most dangerous version of kicking the can down the road, though, is just not funding these urgent needs now, and then even more kids don't have those needs met. I think the other thing is, I do think that there is learning loss that has needed to be addressed at the pre-K level. I mean, I think with kids who are entering pre-K like last year and in recent years, like, I mean, they missed out on a lot of developmental experiences in terms of how they kind of are set up to start their elementary experience, because they didn't have exposure to other children, to kind of the preschool or other kind of early ed experiences that they might typically have. So I mean, there's learning loss across the board for students in Milton Public Schools. And I think that does include students at the pre-K level, particularly in the last couple of years. But again, like, I mean, I think, like others have said as well, I think we would be looking at an override if it weren't for this funding available. And like, yes, I think it's going to be a discussion next year. I know, there have been some positions that were posted with the acknowledgement that the funding wasn't guaranteed as permanent. So, I think there are roles where people were hired with the understanding that they might go away. But I do think that the most dangerous version of kicking the can down the road would be to not fund some of these urgent needs this year when we do have funding available to support those needs. And I mean, maybe we'll see as time goes on, maybe the learning loss is addressed and maybe some of the needs go away. But if they don't, and we see, because again, like we've seen this in other budgets, like with the police budget, like I was astounded that like the mental health calls and those problems, like they are continuing to increase. It's not even that they're staying at the level that they kind of rose to during the peak of COVID, like they are continuing to increase. And so I think there's some level of unpredictability about what will happen even in the next year. So I do think the most responsible thing would be to use the funding we have available to meet these needs while we can. And then again, we look, I think the override seems like it keeps getting delayed by a year because other funding sources have become available. But I think, again, that it would be worse to not fund some of these urgent needs.
I just want to make one clarifying. The specialists do not handle kindergarten through first. I was told second, but I think that's what they're saying. So just so we're aware, we're not meeting the kindergarten and the first grade needs. Just to put that on record.
Mr. Pavlicek, would you like to clarify that?
The math interventionists are primarily working in grades 2 through 5. The 2 that we currently have, which is one of the reasons we're trying to add a third.
Allison, do you have a?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, they're not, and we still have the kindergarten and the first graders who are 60% behind.
Okay.
But
Is the implication that adding one would allow?
The idea is to service more children. And right now they base on the evaluations they do to see who's at what level. And so you're taking the most needy students and addressing them with a math interventionist. By having another math interventionist, you can go down the list a little further and address more students.
So more than,
More than
maybe
we are
first grade,
currently
more
doing.
than maybe
And maybe some in the upper. Again, it's not so much by grade, but by level of loss. So you want to go down to further levels of loss. So yes, it could be in kindergarten, first grade. It could also be some more students in second through fifth grade who are currently not being serviced, but are on the cusp of needing service. The idea is to just service more children with more interventions than we have currently.
And we talked about this a bit in the meeting as well. And I think the struggle is there are a lot of needs. I think when we, one of the things that came up is looking at the presentation that Susan Maselli did, who's the head of special ed, and looking at it's like a 26% increase of kids with learning disabilities in the past year. And there are an increased number of kids in special education, and they're the same number of service providers, the same number of teachers. And so I think that there's more that we can and should be doing. I'm a huge proponent of that, and yet we have an issue with funding, and so that is the struggle. I think there are positions added. I think that the adding the teachers at Tucker is huge and could go a long way. And the things that are being funded, I think that there is the need for more, but I wouldn't feel comfortable adding more right now, just where we are from the day. Because I think that goes to we can't afford everything that we need, and that's. But I worry about the long-term implication of that, if those numbers will increase if those needs aren't being addressed right now.
Okay. We're not going to fix all the problems in the Milton public schools with this budget. This is just this moment in time where we got to do the best we can. I don't think we are going to come to a consensus. The consensus that they had was sort of just all parties agreeing that the consensus budget was something everybody can sign off on. I think that we're going to come up with a preponderance recommendation. Preponderance is what makes something more likely than not. The preponderance is the winning, carrying majority has 51% to the 49. I could see where once we start trying to do the votes, we could just end up having a 6-7 situation that just goes all the way down the line, one way or the other. And we might want to just think about trying to see if we have what we're looking at here is that we might want to consider. So it was about this time last night that we tabled Jareem's motion with regards to, I think the motion was to approve the consensus budget. A suggestion was we might want to revisit that, because if, let's just say,
I just have a question on that. Do you mind?
Or just let me finish it up that way, all right? If we have, say, 701, or whatever, if we have that, and that's just what it's going to be, and that's what it's going to be for 30 whatever articles, let's see. If we don't, then we have to find a way forward.
But if we make a motion to vote, then it's.
Can I ask one?
Hold on. So yes. So Allison.
What do we do with the free cash part of so the consensus is different so we're voting on the general budget and then this is separate? Because that's what or is this included with the?
I think that I think the vote would be to vote the consensus. If we did that, the consensus budget as proposed, as the consensus budget, as it is reflected in that spreadsheet, as it is currently in the draft version of our warrant.
Okay.
And with the allocations for free cash and those things being incorporated in that budget.
Okay. And what if we didn't want to vote for all the extra free cash being spent?
Then I think you would vote no to that consensus budget.
Okay, could I make a motion if I wanted to vote for the cost to maintain level of services, but not the additional needs?
That's something.
Do we have to vote on dreams first, or could?
I think he withdrew it.
Yeah,
It's tabled.
tabled.
Yeah. It was not withdrawn.
Okay, so so that's still tabled. So I get right. So if we wanted to just do that vote,
Henny is raising his hand.
okay, if we wanted to just do that vote, we could. One way of handling the level funding budget would be, we could do that instead. We could see what happens with the vote with regards to consensus budget, see what happens there. Use a motion with regards to level funding as a starting point as we find a way forward. The short answer to your question is what motions you can make, whatever motion you want. Henny, we saw Henny's hand.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I think you're following on the right line just to see where we're at. And so I was going to make a motion to reconsider Jareen Member Langley's motion from last night. Lift it up again and consider the vote at this time.
To remove from the table.
To remove from the table.
Yes, thank you.
So, Judy, you had a question.
Just a question, not a motion.
Yep.
I think you're looking for a feeler vote. Where are we at? I say you can get that without the motion, where we're bound by the vote of the motion unless it gets reopened, the vote. So if you want just a feeler, hey, what do you think? Which way you heading? You heading? You heading? I'm heading. That would be appropriate. But I'm getting the sense, and I could be wrong, that some people don't mind waiting one more night to have a motion that gets voted on, and then we have to try and reopen it if that.
So I'll consider that part of the discussion on the motion, because we have a motion that's been made. I'm about to ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, we're still, so it's seconded. We're discussion.
Just give me the wording.
Hold on, Steve, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just have a point of order. We don't vote on the budget. We vote on the individual warrant articles. So for us to make a vote on the budget means nothing. We have to go down through each of the articles and vote on the articles and comment on those articles.
Correct, but this is what I'm saying, is that if we have, let's just say, like a 7-6 majority that's gonna run the table for 30 articles, let's find out now because you're right, we will do the vote, and then we'll have our all in favor, we'll have our 7. All against, we'll have our 6, and then and they'll run the table. And that's as a practical matter, I think, what's gonna happen. And so
I'm going to vote yes on some of them and maybe no on some of the other ones. That's why we have warrant articles. We're not
Then
here.
You won't vote yes on the consensus then,
That's
because
right.
then that gives us the opportunity, like that would give you the opportunity to do that.
But if everybody said yes to what was presented, then.
Yeah,
we're
then
done.
it just kind of makes it a moot point.
Well, it's not the way we did it last year, but that's okay.
Right.
well, last year, in my recollection, there was almost no discussion of the budget, not at this level.
That's true.
What did you do?
We just voted yes.
We got the whole thing done in 1.5 nights, to include the non-budget items, is my recollection.
Really?
All right, so
And Amy wasn't with us.
so Judy,
I'm going to make a motion.
hold on.
Wait,
We
wait.
had
Oh, discussion? But you can have 100 motions on the original motion.
One at a time.
Yeah, we're having one at a time. So right now, we're in the discussion of a motion that has been made by O'Henny and seconded by Jay.
What's the
Yes,
motion?
take it
The
off the
motion, I'm sorry?
Take it off the table.
Take it
That's
off the
motion.
table. To take it off the table. And then if we take the motion off the table, that motion that we're taking off the table had previously been made and seconded. So we would then go to a vote. And if we don't accept it, so what I'm saying is, if we make a motion to accept that budget, right, we're still gonna go through every article and vote. But we'll know going in where we're at on this.
No. Sorry. I disagree.
Okay.
Me too.
And I feel you rightly pushed us through a lot of articles last night. I do admit that now. And I think we can push. There's not that many articles left because we pushed. I'm not liking this voting for the consensus before we have looked at each article. See, that's
then
where the
vote.
problem is.
I think he's saying if the majority of people are in favor of it, that just makes it a null point. It's going to pass all the way through. But if a majority of people vote no to the consensus, then we know that each article is going to get discussed that has some controversy.
So we're gonna vote on every, you before said that you wanted everybody to go like, well, oh yeah, I like it, right? This is how we do it. We do it on the vote. And then if we don't get a majority here in favor of it, then yeah, we're gonna go through every single one and we're gonna be talking about.
So in my opinion, I believe we've looked at these papers now for a while. And I may not be anticipating correctly, but I believe that we're pretty well versed in what articles are left and which way we're heading. And I believe that we're going to punch through them relatively fast. That's my sense of how we were proceeding last night. And I don't like to bundle articles, if that makes any sense to anyone. See, by doing this, it's bundling. You know, you go to buy something on a website and, Dell recently, these two things are bundled. And then if you decide you didn't want one of them, you got to take everything out of the bundle and refined what
So
you were
we're
buying,
gonna-
and I
Judy,
just
I don't
think.
want to cut you off. We're not bundling these. We're not voting for like the entire warrant as one vote right now. This is essentially by asking to adopt a budget is essentially, I think, we're asking, what is the sense of the warrant committee? Are we going to go with the consensus budget or not? We're going to have to go through every article, and everyone will vote individually on every article.
So to clarify, okay, if one of these articles actually does come up with no, after we've said yes, now what happens? Do you see,
Yeah.
am I making sense? So in the beginning, we're saying, we're gonna bundle all these articles. That's what's on the table at the moment. We're bundling. Now, apparently, we're required to individualize every article we have not voted on. What if one of those articles is voted down?
And we'll deal with it.
No, see, I like to read the fine print sometimes, not often, but every once in a while. So if one article, any one article that's left, is voted down, that in fact is contrary to the vote we made on the bundle. Now what happens? That's a specific question. We vote down, pick one, I don't care which one you pick, anyone. We vote it down.
What?
I may just
I'm trying to
be
bring
able
it home.
clarify a little bit.
I'm trying to bring it home. If we vote it down, when we've already voted yes, now what happens?
I think if you're going to vote no on anything, don't vote yes in the consensus to avoid that situation coming up.
I know Henny has his hand up.
Oh, Henny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points from the way we did things last year and this year in terms of what's been happening. So a few of us still have a few committee meetings on Friday. Just want to point that out, just in full disclosure. I know Member Geister was talking about some meetings, so some of us are still meeting to have the time, just so we haven't had those, the in-depth conversation. And my thinking on those committee meetings that we would have is to be able to come back and think about addressing them in the recommendation because their consensus budget is already put in place. So this is very unique this year to have a consensus budget. It has not happened before as far as my time on the committee. And so we're facing a different circumstance where the teams have, the committees themselves have agreed, as you said, and have brought it to us for us to, in our advising capacity, to say in support of or not. I want to highlight how unique and how important it is to recognize that many committees around the town, along with Mr. Milano and others, have negotiated, have done the horse trading. This is the larger portion of the government of the town has come together and recommended the pluses and minuses. They've already considered, we give up this and get that for this year. And so I do want to just highlight that it is significant for us at our advisory capacity to say, we think you all got it wrong. Now, if that's what it's important for us to say, we should say that. I'm not saying, we got to do the job. I completely agree with those who highlight that. We want to put the time in to do that. But it is extremely significant and is a high, to me, it requires a higher threshold for us to say, we don't agree with the majority of the town government in terms of what they're doing. This is multiple departments negotiating to get to this budget. In terms of last year, as Mr. Chair, as you said, the budgets came. We did not try and recreate the budget. We never went this deep in the numbers. We either approved an agreement with comments, what they said, or we voted in disagreement and added comments of why we disagreed. And that was that. And so I think that's a few things that making this year very unique. For that reason that I think it's important that we do vote on the consensus budget first and understand are we in support of that? Because if not, then we have to present something else. And we said there's a lot of work to do to recreate something that's going to stand in place of the consensus budget. So that should be the fourth order, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Allison had her hand up first.
So obviously there's people meeting on Fridays, so that's another point. But I don't want to take into consideration the fact that the select board worked with the school committee. To be honest, I don't think that should be taken into consideration when you're looking at something of this magnitude, especially because some of them are in very similar paths and groups. So, I mean, of course, democracy works really well, and this is why this group works really well, when you have different viewpoints. So if they're all agreeing on this, that's great, but this is our job is to point out things that are missing and really, hold them. That's our job as the warrant committee. So, I mean, as much as I take into consideration that they, work so well together, I think it's important to think about what we need to do and how this budget works for the whole town. We have to take into consideration every aspect of that.
Judy.
And I appreciate the member's comment about saying no, but my original question, I believe, has not been answered, which is, if we vote up the bundle, let's just call it the bundle.
Nope.
And if we get to an article that gets voted down, I want to know specifically what happens when that one little itty bitty article all by itself gets voted down. Does the consensus bundle take precedent over the one little article?
No.
What happens to the? I'm sorry that I'm confused.
Opening ears. Listen to your ears open. This is what we're going to do. We're going to. The vote right now is kind of like it is the sense of the warrant committee that to accept this. It's not going to be a binding vote on any article. We would then proceed through the warrant, article by article, voting. There will be votes yes, there will be votes no. I think the reason why we're trying to do this, I'm going to respectfully disagree that we will plow through this very quickly if it is no. But I'm just one person and I only vote in case of a tie, okay? We will go through article by article and we'll have the vote. And if there is a no, which could happen, but there's little ones and then there's little ones. There's school.
Pick one.
Cemetery. If we say the cemetery needs an extra $500 for an underwater gas tank, that might be something that we could find in free cash. If we want to give the school department another $500,000 to buy, for more teachers, that's different. So when I said, Judy, before that if there is that outlier that goes against that overall trend, we'll deal with it. Because what your concern was, I think, you were afraid that we wouldn't have actual real votes on each article because there would be a prior vote that would just bundle them all together in one vote.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
So, just to be clear, I'm sorry, everyone. Let's pretend an article gets voted down. Does that no take precedent over the original bundle? I like calling it a
So
bundle.
let's say we vote 1, 2, 3, 4 are yes in accordance with.
It's just going to influence.
And then
people's vote.
5 is a no.
Yes.
That does not undo the 1 through 4. Those stand. We are going to vote each and
Does
every.
it change in any way the total budget if it goes
might.
down?
It might.
That's where I'm getting at. If we vote down anything, someone needs $2 for a box of Staples, I don't know. That in effect is changing the total draft budget.
I hear what you're saying. So technically, we could have de minimis change if we vote for an extra box of Staples. But what I'm trying to do is to get a general sense of the warrant committee. Because if we're going into this thing with a majority that's going to carry the votes and run the table throughout, right? That we figure that out early. Because you're saying that we're going to plow through this budget. We've just spent like almost 35 minutes debating whether we're going to like remove this from the table.
I just don't want to see a run on it.
Well, you never want to see it if you're not on the majority
Well, whether
side.
I'm on the prevailing side or not, it's sort
It's
of
Amy.
each article now doesn't have its due.
Right.
No,
I agree.
It's due.
But it's not a binding vote, right?
Yes, that's what I keep asking.
Then why vote?
No, I think it's to, if I'm understanding it right, is to sort of anticipate discussion and where things would be and I think it's just almost like a straw poll a lot of things in a way. So it's not like we're saying we're voting on Article 1, which is the entire budget, and then in which case, if we vote no on another, we just negated Article 1. It's not an article. It's not a binding vote. It's a direction. I think it's a directional vote. It's a reading the room temperature vote. And so I'm not saying I'm wrapping my head around it. I get I guess the reason for it, but I think that's the intent. It's not that 7 said yes, 6 said no, so we're going because the 7 wanted the budget goes through and we don't talk about anything. It's a directional thing. It's just simply I think it's like
But it's binding.
It's not binding.
How do you figure it's not binding?
Because
Any vote we take is a
We're not
binder.
voting on something. It's not an article.
It's not an article.
It's not an article.
So I vote.
It's
Jesus.
kind of it's kind of like
All right.
when the journals
See,
go into the
there it is.
Yeah,
There it
it's not
is.
an article.
There it
It's
is.
just a vote.
So we could have saved a whole lot of time. So said that to
Thank
me.
you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
All in favor of the chair?
No, there it is. There was the missing piece of the
Okay.
puzzle.
Do we want any further discussion? Okay. There's a motion on the floor. What did you call it? A non-binding vote. That's not on an article. What I'm going to say.
Are we taking it off the table first?
Yes. Okay.
From the table first.
Motion to remove it from the table. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Emily,
I don't know. I'm not even sure what we're voting on.
maybe repeat it for
We're
Zoom
taking the
people.
motion off the table.
That was made
You're
yesterday.
Untabling it.
So taking Dream's consent motion to.
Yes.
The consensus.
So what's yes and what's no mean, please?
Yes means taking it off the table so that we can then proceed to a vote on it.
Non-binding vote.
Taking the table.
Stupidest thing we've ever done.
Ready?
Ready, thank you.
Emily,
Yes.
O'Henny,
Yes.
JJ,
Yes.
Steve Geister,
Yes.
Kristen,
Yes.
Tom,
yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Allison,
Yes.
Jareem,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Steve Rhines,
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay,
Excited?
Yeah, you're
Now-
for a while.
the motion has been untabled. The motion is, it's the non-binding motion, not on an article, right? To, I guess the wording that I would say would be to adopt the consensus budget as proposed by the town manager, okay? And, italics parentheses, the purpose of which is to ascertain the sense of the warrant committee going into the votes of the articles. Okay, for all the reasons that we've discussed. Is there any need for further discussion? Right.
So the motion and the second from last night stand, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's Jareem and Jay.
Yes. All right. Amanda has a question.
This is a confusing one for me, but I get it, but if part of it is that regardless of how it goes, there will still be there will be discussion around each article.
Yes.
So if you're not sure where you are, and you're looking at part of it, I'm open to feedback on things, since it's not a binding vote, it's just to get direction. Okay. I know I just said that, but I just want to make sure that there's still discussion within the articles after. And that's the opportunity for that.
My question is quick, real quick. I swear.
Judy?
Then will we have a binding vote on the budget?
No.
No, it's simply the articles that
It's kind of,
support the
I
budget.
think
It's just the articles. I just was asking if we're
Thank you.
discussing, and that's all, yeah, but it's not binding.
Correct, thank you.
So.
Clear as mud.
Okay, let's do it. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Emily?
Yes, sorry for the delay there.
O'Henny?
Yes.
JJ?
Yes.
Steve Geister?
No.
Kristen?
No.
Tom?
No.
Lori?
No.
Allison?
No.
Jareem?
Yes.
Amanda?
No.
Judy?
No.
Steve Rhines?
No.
Jay?
Yes.
The motion does not carry. 8-5.
That's what I have. 8-5, the motion does not carry. Okay? So I think it was an important vote though, if it had gone the other way and we knew that there was gonna be an 8-5 going the other way, then that would be one thing. Okay, so I think that let's go back. What do we think are the biggest concerns that we have with the budget?
No. We get there.
I mean, so we throw this back out there. So it sounds like in the big picture, some of the big picture items that I've heard talking about was the allocation of the free cash. Is that seem to be so? But what I would like to hear, please, is some discussion of like the way forward. Okay, because we could just vote no. We could just vote no, right? No. And hand the baby over to town meeting, right? But I think they expect more from us, right? We might be close to it. I don't know. What I'm asking for is, so now, we need some constructive recommendations that can, number one, identify what our concerns are, and then to, address them. So just as a general question to the committee, like what's the way forward here? Jay?
I mean, one way is, and what I thought we might have been leading up to is look at the consensus budget and then propose amendments. I propose an amendment that we take $67,000 out of, I'm not doing this, out of whatever I was complaining about earlier and putting it in the IT budget. I propose that amendment. Everybody here, vote yes or no. Everybody thinks my idea stinks. It goes down. Whether that's Formally, informally, I don't know, but I propose to amend Nick's budget in this way. We all vote yes, we all vote no. And then maybe we'll still have to do the one by one, but we'll know where we are.
So that's a way forward, is that we could do it by individual amendments to the budgets, like Jay did. Like we could go to schools, right, and say that, you know, they should only get, you know, what it really needs to be is like to come up with a different number. All right, that's what we need. Like if we're going to say, no, we're not voting on this number at each article, we have to go to that article and come up with a number. The concern is that if we go in and make changes, we have to make sure that our changes reflect some kind of accounting, that we just don't go out and spend an extra $5 million, right? So we have to stay on top of that. So anybody, I saw some more hands. Oh, Henny.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think that Jay's idea, member funding, the idea is one way to go about it. Another way to go about it is to consider how the school, the select board, for Ms. speaking, will take the next action. So we are going to recommend back to the elected select board, who has agreed with this recommendation, that we, the unelected warrant committee, does not agree with these amendments. The select board can say, yes, we agree on this or that, or just say we disagree completely and send back the original budget, which we would have to re-vote again and come to a yes or no based on that. Right? Our amendments are in our advisory capacity. So we can do all this work and lay out all these things, you know, and project them and send them back. And we still need the select board to actually propose these things, take them up and discuss them and agree with them or not. Or we can say, as you said, Mr. Chair, no, we don't agree with the consensus budget. We feel these are general points of concern, and send those back to select board for them to do that work. I think if we're gonna go article by article and do a lot of hours of work on something that is unlikely, in my opinion, to be reconsidered by select board, our elected officials, I just think we should think about it before we just go article by article and make a whole new budget, essentially, recommend a whole new budget to the town. I think it'd be unlikely to take it up. I think we spend a lot of time doing this that would end in naught. That's my feeling, and I just think we should be prudent in how we use our time. We're gonna make a few high-level recommendations, let's go for it, but not to submit an entirely new budget.
I mean, that's the question, a big question that I would have is going to be like, are we talking mainly about the school budget, or are we talking about like the whole budget and going through every single article, looking at every firefighter, looking at the electric bill everywhere? I mean, are we talking about schools? Is that what we're talking about? Steve?
Can I just make a suggestion? So why don't we go through the articles, and whoever was on that subcommittee, just give it 5 minutes and maybe 2 minutes, and maybe everything looks good and we vote on it. And if that subcommittee has some issues that we want to bring up, like we definitely do on the school, then we can discuss it.
I think to that point, I think obviously it's like when you don't want to say the word postpone. It's like schools is obviously, I think, the issue in the room in regards to how we would use the funding for probably free cash more so. So I don't think we need to go through every article, but I also don't agree that we should be sending it back to select board. This is now in our hands. So, I mean, they sent us what I think it's for us to go back. So, I mean, if it required it going back, I would, but I think we could get there with schools. I just think we obviously have a free cash.
So question, does it sound, all right, so it sounds like there's people want a question. I'm trying to get the general sense of where we're going so we can find the way forward. Does it sort of sound generally like there's probably a consensus on most of the budget, not schools, and that if there was going to be a recommendation with regards to the amount of money that would go to the school committee budget, it would be less than what is proposed in the amount that we as the warrant committee would recommend would be less than the amount that is in their budget, or we think it could go more. What I'm saying is that if we're going to increase the school budget, it's going to have to come from somewhere. And I'm concerned, like, let's say there are some budgets that aren't big. There's not a lot to find money in, like cemetery. But if we go and vote on, like, there's other bigger budgets, so that's a question. Like Steve's point is, like, we could start rolling. We could do that. We could start rolling. But, if we roll through the budget and then all of a sudden we're concerned that maybe we have to find $300,000 somewhere.
I don't think it was adding to it.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, but I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume.
Sure. I can appreciate that.
But so, like, so what I'm saying is we're just trying to get a sense. Like, okay, so if you're like, Dave, you're being kind of a little of a Duncop, we're not going to add, then we could potentially start rolling through articles, get votes. If school people want to talk more school stuff, then the people who don't would be technically speaking out of school.
Why put it off? Why not just do schools first?
You want to do schools first? But see, at the same time, I'm hearing school people saying they'd like to meet more. That's the school people.
Well, so are they meeting now on Friday? Are we extending this just because of remember Honey said that they are meeting on Friday? Are we doing that now?
Well,
Henny asked.
Where's my point? Is that it's almost time. If we wanted, if our plan was roll, do articles, address articles, get votes, we can do that. We're not going to go. We could go to midnight.
No.
But you see what I mean? At some point, we will take a break.
Let's bang out a couple tonight.
Yeah.
Reconvene tomorrow.
No, I can do that. I'd be fine if we get it done.
I guess the question is, where are other people around the schools? Because I feel like, I think it's open for discussion. I mean, I know there are some of us who don't deeper, but there's also, I think, there's probably a higher level thought process that people have around the big budget. I mean, we're not the only ones who are looking at the number, hopefully, like we all look at the budget. And so I guess my question would be getting a feeling from other people where they are, what their concerns are. Because I think that it's 6 individuals on a committee who have thoughts. I don't, I just, yeah.
Oh, I can just weigh in because I haven't had anything to do with the schools on the level that the subcommittee members have. I think I've done my due diligence, and I came in obviously to the process with some of my own ideas and just from my experience at town meeting and other events. But I think the schools is obviously the biggest one here, and I myself would, I think the idea of the schools being the biggest and the most money would make the sense that they would start. Like I'm saying, I'm just spitballing, and I would love to hear from the subcommittee. And again, I'm probably going reverse, but I love to hear what they have to say, and see if they align with what I've been thinking or maybe ideas that I may have. Just like I said, just ideas. So, and then kind of honestly, like with the other stuff, I think glass half full. We can get through that with ease somewhat, right? And then really kind of bear down the school. That's just my 2 cents right now.
And we should, and when we do that, and we're getting to the point where we need to hear, and we should fund it at this level. bang, and we need a number.
So are we talking schools now?
I think we are. Steve.
So can I just offer this up? Can we do the schools tomorrow at 7 when our brains are fresh? It's 10 o'clock at night. Let's just knock some easy ones out here, get through them, because
Yeah, we can, I have a sense.
We're all here. I believe every member is here right now.
And that could happen tomorrow too, Jay.
I know, Emily's on vacation.
Her hand is raised right now.
Emily's hand is up.
Not going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know that we know everything is going to be easy. I think what I heard earlier is that everything's kind of up for discussion. So, I mean, I think what Member Caldwell said does make sense, that it's going to start with the biggest. I would say, and again, I appreciate so much Amanda kind of helping take things over with the school budget subcommittee. I think what she mentioned earlier, have been a lot of thoughts raised. I don't know that there's been, I don't think there's been consensus. I mean, my perspective when I left, and things could very well have changed. I don't know that we were arriving at consensus. I think there were a lot of thoughts, but again, I think with the subcommittees, I mean, people decide to be on them. We ask questions. I think if there are questions that come up, we might have helpful information from what we asked the schools. I know Dr. Pavlicek was so helpful in providing a lot of follow-up and answering our questions. So I think it might be that if there are questions asked, we just have that information that would help. Because I think, again, in line with what Member Caldwell said, I'm sure, we all received the budget binders and saw kind of the breakdowns and all that information. I know some things have changed in terms of what in the needs-based budget is in the consensus budget, but I don't really see the value in delaying.
So one thing we could do, so we tried the consensus budget, right? Just to get a sense of that, and there was no majority that's going to run the table. Another thing we could do, maybe for reasons that people have that they wouldn't want to vote for that, they might vote for the article itself as it's written, the school budget article, which is school appropriation 30.
Oh, and with that,
Are you asking for a motion?
Well,
with that new number that Amy Dexter provided us tonight.
with the new number, it should be reflected. It should be reflected. That's the other thing we could do. So we started with it to ask if there was just if there was a sort of like majority that's going to run the table so that we could work through the entire warrant. Okay, so we ascertained that we don't have that. It is possible that there could be the majority.
Just out of curiosity, where's the free cash when you do the article as 61? Like this is that maintain level service rate amount?
So we're talking about, I think that the article as it's in the warrant now would be the needs-based number.
Yeah.
So while we look to see if there was this, it's not the correct term, I'll just call it for our purposes, this sort of like super majority that was just gonna run the table. There still could be a majority that might be in favor of that budget. So what I'm saying is that do we want to look at a vote on Article 30, thank you, which was the recommended $61,574,000, et cetera.
Yeah, if someone makes the motion, then everybody could discuss it.
And then, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion. What I'm saying is that I guess we can have more discussion, but do we want to entertain a vote on the article as it is, just to make sure that
half of our discussion has been discussing about discussing.
Yep.
Tom has ideas, and I have not heard Tom's ideas yet.
Yep.
So if we make the motion, I would like discussion. I would like the possibility for amendments. I'm tempted to make the motion, but I don't want anyone here to feel like I'm forcing their hand.
Now, just so I have clarification, this, if we vote on this or we have the discussion, this will, from what I'm reading, in the, it says be raised from the tax levy and blank be appropriated from funds certified by the Department of Revenue as free cash. So. So there is no, where it says the sum for the free cash?
It's 500,700.
Oh, okay. So I had the old one where you could, I thought you could put in the amount from the old article, where we could decide how much in discussion we wanted to give for free cash. But that puts the amount of,
Of course, if we tweak with that number, we'll have to tweak with some other number
So we
somewhere else.
could change. I mean,
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Just might be helpful. As you go through the articles, first of all, I have columns on my spreadsheet I can track if anybody amends it, called workers' comp, warrant committee adjustments, okay? As we go through the articles, I can tell you the 500,700 is all the supplemental needs. That's what that number is.
No, I know.
If you wanted to vote none of it, you'd have to vote to change the 61,574, take out whatever number you want to reduce it by, and then we can figure out how that part changes.
just so that we know that because I think that was where we are at with the, just possibly with the schools and spending the free cash for that supplemental, that other. That's just, so if we're at a maintain, and then that amount is for the extra free cash for those positions, just so everybody knows that five whatever is this in the document.
So that's.
Oh, yeah, I think this one says 7.
So if I do, I just want to understand, by taking out the free cash, the thought is we just don't, we don't spend more.
Yeah.
At a base, like I'm just trying to get.
Yeah, just so that you understand, yeah.
Yeah, so the base is by taking that out, we just don't want to increase the budget by another $500,000 with the free cash.
Yes.
And I think and then I think also what it looks like, in that if that happened, if the 500,700 was not appropriated from free cash, that would take us back to the level funding budget.
Maintain level service.
Maintain level service budget. Andy Dexter.
But you need to deduct the ARPA the way I set the spreadsheet up. So the number will be 650,000 less than what you see. If I can help guide you through the numbers as proposed amendments are made to tell you what it would be and what it would include or exclude.
Right.
If that's helpful, because without a vote, it's kind of hard to. It's the way I set up the spreadsheet, so I can change it and just take the 650 out of salaries on the schools, but that wasn't how that wasn't how it was presented by the school committee to Nick to. It's just semantics, basically.
I mean, just because they put it that way. It's, I mean, we have to think of it from our.
Okay.
No, I just don't want you to vote a higher number by mistake.
Thank you.
That's all.
Oh, that's
because
even better.
if you
Thank
say
you.
we're voting the level dollar or the level service number on the spreadsheet, it's 650 higher. That's all I'm saying.
Because
so
we don't
when you
have
get
to
there, I can
revise.
tell you what
All right.
the number would
Thank
be.
you.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
right,
that's
right.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not trying to.
So, thank you. Yep.
That, can I ask a question? So that
Please.
Yeah, so that 650, my math is right, comes from, comes from that new number less, there's 149,300 delta between the recommended FY24 and the original, the one that was, not this one, right? This is the other one. And then 500 from the tax levy all in, that's 650. That's where you're getting the money. So you're taking free cash to make up some of that and some of the ARPA money. I'm trying to follow.
So ARPA's not in, so I don't remember what the original article looked like, and it's very possible I might not have even touched that article because I was in the process of drafting things. So some I didn't change, some I did. I'd have to look if somebody has a copy of what it was to follow, to show you where we got there. What I'm saying is the 61,574,062 does not include 650 of ARPA. In essence, if you were saying you wanted to get back to level and not do any of the supplemental asks, the number would be 61,574,062 minus 500,700. That number is going to be 650 less than if you look at the very first column on my spreadsheet. Complicated, I know. I
have a
didn't
further
really know how to
complication.
handle it. What's that?
I have a further complication. When we're saying level funded, did that include the sped numbers? Because we had like 3 tiers.
So if you look at the spreadsheet, I broke, even though the school department's one number, on the spreadsheet I broke out salary and wages, school department general, and then I have a separate line item for the ARPA, the sped that was funded with ARPA last year. That's a legal mandate. And then I break out the other ARPA that's being asked for. And then there's another item for additional sped mandated. Because of just the way it was presented in the school book, we pulled some stuff into the level that wasn't presented that way. We felt sped, other than that new classroom was legally mandated.
So rolled into level.
So the level I presented in the book originally
Did not have.
just had existing staff plus ARP. But the first couple pages of the needs, as I called them at that point, were some IEP-driven sped costs of about $362.
Right.
Amy and Nick rolled that in, and they're calling that part of the level.
I'm good with that.
All right. So
Yeah,
it wasn't level in mine, but it was level in theirs.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to make
But
sure.
everything else after that would be
was
gone.
the needs.
Or an amount of money equal to everything else after that would be gone, because the school committee would have to decide
what to do with it.
What to cut from the budget.
Well, and then, but they would also be able to take some of those positions as we are letting them, I mean, we can't decide positions, and we make recommendations that say, hey, you know, these are the positions that I think maybe in the recommendation.
You mean to
We
cut?
will. Can we do that? Can we add, like, on our recommendation information, you know, like if they don't put in for certain needs, can we put
You
that
can
in?
say that your recommendation is based, the number you cut is equal to these positions or something like that, but the school committee.
Well, they're gonna they're gonna put positions in that whatever they wanna put in. So even if we, even if we agreed to this amount over in free cash, we don't know that they're gonna put in for those positions either anyway.
There's a slight difference when you go in and you make, as a school committee or any elected body, and you say, if you give me the money, give us the money, we are going to do this with it, and then you don't, there is hell to pay,
Well,
right?
that's what happened.
Hold on.
But the converse doesn't work. You can't say, we're going to take the money away from you, and we think you should do that, and they could just as easily say, we don't think so, we're going to do this instead. So, I mean, it's one thing, you know, when you make a commitment, you try to keep it. And that's just the issue.
Because what we're here to do is we're here to do budget, not policy.
No, I'm not saying that, but at the same time, we're talking about funding positions that haven't been funded previously. So I'm just saying, so if we want to put in, agree to the amount, then I don't think it has a.
You can reflect that in the comments of the article, so it's documented.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
If we agree to the total amount that they've asked for, absolutely.
And you could put in your comments where you would, like, other initiatives that you feel like.
That's all I was asking.
Okay.
You can do anything in
Sounds
your
like we have a
comment.
volunteer.
Yeah, oh yeah, I can't wait.
All right, so where are we at? So we're looking at 30. We're looking at 30. There's been some discussion of, it sounds like, an amendment to adjust. I guess ultimately that's what we're looking for. Like, what's the number? What's the number that we're talking about? And so then, what we need to do is somebody needs to come up with a number that we're talking about, and then there's a motion.
Here's just a quick
Kristen.
question, because also my math, say someone made a motion that eliminate the free cash positions from the schools. Isn't 119,000 of, so would that probably?
So then when we go to employee benefits, we need to take out 119,000. That's why you probably need to do employee benefits and stabilization last. Because if you're reducing budgets and you have excess free cash, you don't have to appropriate it at all. But there's been discussions about putting it into stabilization, so you should probably definitely do that article last so that you know the total of what you're looking at.
If you're asking for a number, motions can be amended. So if someone moves to accept the consensus budget, then it can be amended by the body, by a majority of the body. Otherwise, we're voting, oh no. If we vote on amendments, that seems like the
We gotta get started. So what's the starting point?
I'd like to start by, I would like to make a motion. Am I cutting someone off? I would like to make a motion to approve the consensus budget as is shown on the screen.
It's a motion. Is it seconded?
The whole budget or the school?
Sorry, the school budget.
For Article
The school budget.
Article 30.
Article 30.
Thank you very much.
So there's a motion on the floor to approve Article 30 as it is written there, as presented by what we're calling the consensus budget, seconded by Jareem. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Well, hold on.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, and amendments. If I'm not trying to cut off, just
I think
want to amend the number that I put out. This is the time to do it. I didn't mean to shut down.
I'm going to vote no because I don't agree with spending the free cash.
Well, yeah, and that's why I want you to make an amendment, and then we'll vote on the amendment.
But I'm not.
I want you to put a number out there. I'm trying to help.
She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to.
Well, no, she doesn't.
She can
Like, I don't, yeah, like, but I would, yeah, I mean, are you basically so that it looks underneath that we approved it, but we put this.
Hold on.
No. I'm just.
500.
Okay, there's a motion that's been made and seconded. Is there an amendment to that motion? Or do we just go to the vote?
I'd like to take the $500,000 and put it in the general stabilization fund. I'm so many numbers and things. I'm confused.
Okay.
So shouldn't be doing it at 10 o'clock.
Can we? And that number is let's say that's the 500,700.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Is that right?
So there's a motion with regards to Article 30. Is there a second to that amendment?
Okay. I have a question.
Question.
Where's that 500 going? Are you splitting it between capital and general stabilization? We have to be specific. Which is what Nick's original
So
was.
you can just amend and then vote where it goes later.
Yeah.
If you want, and that way you'll know what the total is, so you can take, because otherwise you're addressing two articles at once.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, so.
But how does that work if he wants the money to go towards this, like, now we have an amendment that goes to stabilization. Like,
So I think what they're saying is the first question, we want to try to do one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that we're addressing that budget, but we're amending that by taking out the 500,000 bang. Then I think what Amy Dexter is saying, we hold off on the stabilization vote till the end because, for instance, let's just say, if we're concerned about, and I'm just saying this just to put it all on the table, like if have these concerns about hiring recurring people for money that we don't have, there's also a couple police officers that are in this budget too, okay? So like if we're gonna treat one place this way, we need to be concerned, are we treating everybody the same, okay? So like we could go through a series of votes and then at the end, I'll just call it a pot. We have a pot of all this money that we've stripped out of here that we're wanted to put somewhere. Then when we see what's in the pot, we vote to stabilization and then we could be more specific with regards to that. So I think that's what the way to proceed. So where we're at is that there's a motion with regards to Article 30, that's been a motion to amend by Steve to reduce that number by 500,700 in parentheses, which is reflecting the free cash allocation as proposed by what we're calling the consensus budget. That motion by Steve has not been seconded. Is there a second? That motion is not seconded. So that motion that's been made by Jay and amended by Steve
It goes back to Jay.
goes back to Jay. And it's been seconded. And then I think we vote on it.
Should we have any discussion? I mean,
I just feel like there might be some people who've really heard from other school committee people. And I don't, and maybe nobody has another opinion, that was the part, I think it just would be helpful, if nobody has comments, I can't.
I think we need to hear from people. I think this is where we're at. We've just decided that.
We just have to take a vote.
Let's go back to let's roll the videotape. Look what we just did. We just said we don't want to go with next budget because we don't like how they're allocating the free cash. He just comes and makes a motion asking somebody to say, take the free cash, put it back in a stabilization fund. I beg of you. Steve's waiting. He's like, sure, I'll do it. I'm waiting for a second. I don't get one. Okay, let's go back.
So Jay's motion includes the 500, 700.
yes, it includes this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was voting to.
But he amended to take it out.
No one wanted
Would
to do
the
that.
recommendation still say warrant committee recommends that number?
Yeah,
Like, because the
I'm putting
article
it up,
language isn't.
So what we would be doing, right, so that, okay,
right.
okay, so that's
Just to
worth
see
the
what some of them-
discussion. So that's worth,
why I was not okay.
so what we would be doing was we would be voting, if he seconded,
Yep.
that now our recommendation is to recommend to the town that the number in Article 30 is $500,700 less than the 61.5. If that was our recommendation, we would then be saying to the town, we recommend that you vote yes to our recommendation, yes to the recommendation, which would be against Article 30.
So we'd have like I'm just worried it would get a little confusing at town meeting.
Yeah.
And that
I think that
they'd mean that I just feel like I'm gonna.
Hold on, Mr. Pavlicek's acting as sort of our.
If you were to vote on Steve, if someone were to first second Steve's motion and it were to pass, which would amend Jay's motion and it would pass, what town meeting would see would be not that.
Okay.
They would see 61,073,362, and to meet that appropriation, that number be raised from the tax levy and zero be appropriated from the fund certified by free cash. That's what the warrant article would say at town meeting. So you're voting to change. You would be voting to change that, not to argue with it, but to actually change it.
And then what might happen at town meeting, which happened a couple of years ago when there wasn't a consensus, is once the work's done here, then then the select board and school committee hopefully will talk about it. Mm-hmm. Best case scenario is nobody's gonna disagree on town meeting floor. Worst case scenario is school committee, select board says we're not in agreement with it, and somebody on the town meeting floor makes a motion to put it back in.
Yep.
Right.
Why couldn't we just vote no for that? Just out of curiosity,
Because then the school will get zero.
The motion is to see what sum
and
of
then
money.
put in the comments that we want.
Comments aren't binding, they're just information.
The comment just explains.
You say no recommendation or zero, that means the school is unfunded.
Yeah, we don't want to, but I was just curious about how that would work.
I'll second Steve's.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
Okay.
So now I think we discussed the amendment. Now we have a binary
Okay,
choice.
and thank you, Mr. Pavlicek, for he clarifies the years of experience on the warrant committee as well. All right, so that's how I'm viewing this. Is right. This is not you're wearing a couple hats here and assisting us. Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
Okay, and we appreciate it.
We'd still
So
trying to figure it out.
it's seconded. So the motion, it would be to amend so that our recommendation to the town would be that we would recommend it'll be something on the order of instead of 61.5, be something on the order of 61. And that where it says, and the 500,700 that currently says would come out of free cash, there would be nothing out of free cash.
Do you want me to edit so you're looking at what you're voting on, or you're
I
not?
mean, that would be
far?
ideal. I mean, would that be helpful?
I don't think so.
I think it's yes, I would love to see, just so that then we'll see it now.
You know
and it
how,
would be
like
61.
at town meeting, when somebody makes a motion, we put it in red so everybody
Sure.
can understand what they're voting on. But
You're not on Zoom though, are you?
no,
So
maybe you might have to do it.
okay, so we're going to the bottom part, and that to meet said appropriation, the sum, right?
You'll have to go to the recommended.
So this might slow things down. Though.
All right.
That's the only thing. You know what? We could put the spreadsheet up because that won't show the language.
I think the choice we're discussing is simple.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe you vote on.
Can I speak?
Sure, please, Jay.
So I'm speaking to the motion to amend, and I disagree with the motion to amend, although I'm glad it was made, because now, I'm serious, because now the warrant committee has a binary choice. One choice is Mr. Milano's suggested budget for the schools, including 3 special education teachers, a math interventionist, etc. The other choice is not those needs-based additions. Okay, so I think we're all set up with a binary choice, which is what I'm happy that we have this choice. I'm speaking against the amendment because if we make this amendment and then approve the motion, we're saying there are 3 Tucker special education teachers We have the cash to pay for them, but we are not. We have one elementary math interventionist. We have the cash to pay for it. We are not. Several other positions, we have the cash to pay for it. We are choosing not to. I know there are concerns with using one-time money for this. There certainly are. The town administrator also knows there are concerns with using one-time money. The school committee, everybody knows about these concerns, and it's weighing two negatives. There's a negative to using one-time money to hiring people. There's also a negative to not hiring these 3 special education teachers and the math interventionist this year when we can. We have to weigh those negatives. I think when I weigh those two negatives, I want to hire that math interventionist. I want to hire the special education teacher. So that's why I'm against this amendment. Thank you. I look forward to hearing other people's discussion.
Steve Geister had his hand up.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean those positions go away. It just means somebody might have to mess around with the budget a little bit and remove it from here, make that a priority and take something else out. It's not dedicated to that number. That's just the math of adding the baseline with the new hires. You come up with a certain number. And if you've got to try to, get rid of another body somewhere else, you get a $61 million budget that you can't find $500,000 in there.
Okay, so let me think. It was Amanda, then Allison, then Judy, then Steve.
And O'Henny.
And then O'Henny. Okay, so then I just said it. Wait.
A loaf of bread, a stick of butter.
Steve, then O'Henny.
I'll go after.
Oh, geez. I think the challenge for me with the amendment of cutting the teachers where we may have the funding now is we don't control what happens. There's no oversight to that budget once it leaves and gets approved, right? So they can move or not do anything. And that's a challenge for me. So I'm just trying to get my head around that. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. O'Henny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I had my...
We'll get back to him. Okay.
He's on.
O'Henny.
Was there someone else who was going to go ahead? They can go ahead.
Yes, I was.
Judy.
I will return.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go back to something I heard actually at this Warrant committee. And I actually asked the question. You, to the member that brought up this money is going to be used for good things, interventionists, specialists. But I remember asking you, you didn't hire the people that you were allocated money for before. And I remember asking you this. And so you put out...
All right, Judy, you need to address the comments to the chair, please, so that this isn't an inquisition.
That's
Thank
why
you.
it's the wrong...
Thank you.
The wrong end of the table. My apologies. And I asked the question when the school committee was here. And he said, well, we put out, looking for people to apply, and nobody did. So we just used the money for something else. So, and I'm not looking down there because I made a mistake, not addressing properly. So I just bring that up. Whether you give them the money or you don't give them the money, they're going to do whatever they want with the money, whatever they get. That's my point, is that I understand you're saying it's for specific, they have in mind what they want to do with the money. And what they have in mind, may not bear fruition in reality. And, but we have no control over that. We either give them some money, we don't give them some money. We don't even have any control over how they're going to use the money that we're giving without additional money. Because that's what the gentleman from the school committee told me that day. He says, you're not going to like this answer. Well, it isn't whether I like it or don't like it, but you pointed out a reality. So I understand that, that is a valid point the member brought out, that it is a worthy use of money. I'm not disputing that. But I am saying whatever you give them, even if it's just $5, they can do what they want with it, more or less.
I will recognize Amy Dexter.
I would just like to respond because
I think it's
I was,
appropriate, yes.
At the schools at the time, if I'm understanding what she's referring to.
Yes.
It was a fall or December town meeting, which gave the schools 6 months of salary to hire a math interventionist, a reading interventionist, and something else. The problem with that is it's not like in the accounting office where if you post a job in January, you're probably not going to get a lot of candidates and you're probably not going to get the good ones because most educators will not leave their district in the middle of the year. So what happened was by the time we got to town meeting, a couple of those positions weren't filled, not by any fault of the district, they tried. And there was a reduction in the next year's budget to remove those. That's why they weren't hired. Because it was taken away.
And can I jump in on this, please, at this point? And I was on the Warrant Committee when that happened. And this this often comes up in conversations like this where we say, well, if we give you the money, you don't follow through, and the money goes back into general fund. It's come up so many times that it almost proves the opposite point, that they're not going to get away with any hijinks with the budget, because if anything like that ever happens, we are on them for the next 5 years about it, bringing it up constantly. That was a brouhaha when it happened, and we brought that up.
That was like 2 years ago, maybe?
So what I'm saying is, so your point is, the point is, it's true, I think. So we're giving them the money, and they get the money, and then they really get to decide what to do with it. And do we have any control? Not really, but we are in an oversight, and if there's issues that we have with how the money is handled, we are bringing it up. We're bringing it up now. It's not a blank check.
Can I just add one more thing to put it in perspective? Every other department is similar, other than the fact that you're voting salary and wage and general expenditures. So the police department may be telling you that they're hiring new police officers. Same thing could happen there. This isn't unique to the school, other than there's Mass General Laws, Chapter 70, that says you vote bottom line for the schools. 71. So 71, okay. I wasn't there long enough to memorize.
This has nothing to do.
So I just want to put it out. It's how it's voted in the article. And you can do year-end transfers, so other departments also have more flexibility than.
Which goes to my point of, if you want to give them a little extra, or you don't.
You vote Henny and JJ too.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I am done.
It concludes.
There was a sort of interchange.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Oh, Henny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first thank Ms. Dexter and Mr. Pavlicek for sitting with us for many nights on this. We appreciate you sincerely. What just occurred is we have a motion, as I understand it, to cut about $500,000 from the school budget. With that motion, we're not making any directional target. We're not making any advisory guidance on where it should be cut. We're not giving anything other than just cut blankly. To me, that isn't the right capacity as an advisory. That's what we want to advise. I understand that. But I think what we've realized that it's a lot harder than it looks to be Glenn Pavlicek and make a budget. It's not easy to do this. And so for us to not be able to make a detailed recommendation and simply to kick back the work to people who've already done this work, negotiate out, come to agreement on it, and for us to say, we do not know where you should cut, but we just feel we should cut 500,000 directionally, I think it's a real stretch at this point. I think it's a difficult thing to do. I think it flies in the face a little bit of the process that they have gone through. I understand our job fiscally to look at it and to make that, but if we can't do more than just say cut the general number, it's hard for this recommendation to even be pulled through by the school committee, by the select board. And so for that reason, and for all the other, I agree with member Hundley completely, that I would be a no on this amendment.
Thank you. It's Amanda.
I know where I have struggled has been with, as I talked about just wrapping my head around the funding. I think I need to, it is what it is, it's happened. The positions are there. My concern in cutting this is these are all needed positions from the standpoint of where we're seeing data, where we're seeing kids not excelling, these are I think these are big need positions. And so I think to Member O'Henny's comment, it would be very difficult for me to say cut 500 and then I don't have the expertise to say where to cut it in the same way I don't have the expertise to say where to build something. So I feel like while I struggle with the fact that we're at a higher budget because of ARPA, that is what it is. So I don't feel comfortable taking out 500.
It's a question. Do you feel comfortable taking out less than 500?
We have a binary choice.
But this is just a question of discussion.
It feels like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? So what does 200 mean versus 500 mean? And I guess
Okay.
that's where it gets.
Okay. Allison was next on the list.
Okay, so I'm definitely not in favor of passing it with, but this to me goes back to the fact that these positions that are needed were not in the original budget. And that's concerning because why are they now needed? And what if we didn't get this free cash? So that's the other thing that I sit on. I'd be more in favor of doing the SPED and the reading and the math and calling that and saying, okay, I'll agree to those people, but I am not going to agree to everything else because I did see the needs list and there was math teachers that weren't put on there and there was other things. So I would be in favor of SPED, reading, and math as a compromise, but I wouldn't agree to the rest. I think that's actually equivalent to the amount of money for the police officers and the fire. So we'd be pretty much even with what I think that's because they're asking for positions. So if you look at the costs, I added up, it was one for police and fire. We'd actually still be giving the school more for those positions. But and then it's just an eye opener that if they're needed positions, they need to go in the budget. And that should be something that we need to be aware of and that should be on record because needed positions should be needed positions.
Is there anyone else who'd like to join the discussion?
If JJ's been waiting.
JJ.
Emily just raised her.
JJ and then Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think O'Henny basically stated what I was going to say, but I just want to chime in with a little bit more. I guess I don't know. I'm having a hard time following this because are we I don't understand. Are are we gonna just, well, I think we've been debating this. Maybe I shouldn't be going back to the debate that we've been having that I'm just now starting to speak about, but why are we gonna tell everyone how to do their jobs? Is that the Warrant committee's, or what? I guess we're supposed to be voting on the budget, right? Like, are we really gonna tell people, like, just find somewhere to cut $500,000, or hey, these three we think are good, but those three no? Like, are we gonna do this down the line? Like, why? I don't understand. I really don't. I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Good, Emily.
Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one thing I was just going to mention was that I think these needs-based requests, they were in the budget requests for this year, even before the free cash was certified, and we knew about that. So I do think these were requested all along. So they were part of the school's budget request for 2024. As far as I know, I think the budget binder, one thing that was really helpful was kind of drawing them out as to kind of what the additional needs that had been identified were. I think we've seen this with multiple departments that, there are some needs that are kind of there in perpetuity where, hopefully they move up the list in terms of being met, because I think, again, we see this issue of revenue, and so there isn't always enough to meet all the needs every year. And so there are needs that kind of carry over year to year, and then as many are met as possible. So I think I just wanted to point out that these requests were here before we knew about the free cash.
Thank you for that. Lori.
I have a few random comments. I think I'm feeling a little hard pressed also to say that we don't need, sped teachers at Tucker. But a couple of observations that I've made. I tried to look back over the years, like back to 2010, and the town budgets, and Amy, please feel free to correct me, seem to, when they come in, they're coming in at, 1, 2, maybe 3% higher than the prior year. The school budget number seems to come in closer to 5 to 6% every year. And that's been again, from my numbers, and I haven't completed all of the years since 2010, but seem to come in much higher. And I'm not sure that I've had enough time to spend to really understand if there is an anomaly there, or if it's just always coming in 5 to 6% higher on an annual basis. The other pieces, the turnbacks. One of the questions I had asked about is what departments have turnbacks. Schools usually don't have turnbacks. They spend everything. No offense. Because you probably have to, but there's not turnbacks from schools, whereas the other departments typically, not all of them, and not, they don't spend it all. So that's just another point. I guess one of the other things that I would wonder is that I think there's 40 positions currently on School Spring of openings. And since we've had issues hiring in the past, and I'm assuming all of those positions are currently in the budget, are the 40 positions actually going to be hired by July 1st so that we have a full year of expense? And is it possible that we do have kind of some baked in savings for the positions, which is what the police had this year, I think, because they couldn't hire, and the delays, and when you couldn't hire math interventionists because it's mid-year. So if you don't get everybody hired immediately, will we spend all that's in the budget for that? And then finally, the topic that no one wants to talk about is the residency. And I know we've talked about it ad nauseum, but if there's 10 kids that are here, that's a significant chunk of change that might help with freeing up some cash. And, I was working on something else, and in the master plan, it stated that on average, historically, 50 to 60 kids a year were in the school that were not residents. Just a point from my research. So, just wanted to put those things out there.
JJ and O'Henny.
Mr. Pavlicek.
40 positions, 7 of them are the ones, for instance, here listed as potential, that are in the needs-based budget. A good number of them are special education aides, that we always need special education aides. 2 of them are custodians that are retiring. There are a variety of different things. One of them is me, just in case anyone's interested.
Which was me.
So, there are a variety of positions out there. As far as salary exchange goes with that, when you hire someone in, it depends on the position. For instance, we hired a reading teacher this year. We've seen some of these where we budgeted $75,000 as a plug number in our budget. When we throw in, we say a new teacher is $75,000. If you're bringing in someone straight out of college, maybe you're paying $60,000. If I'm bringing in someone who's leaving Boston, I'm paying $95,000. All right. And right now, we're not seeing a lot coming out of college because there hasn't been much student teaching going on in the last couple of years. And there is an exodus from Boston teachers. So this year, in fact, I think our staff exchange, if not zero, might have been negative.
Okay.
In terms of hiring, because it's also seller's market in terms of teachers.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Did we have, was there somebody who had their hand up?
You have JJ and O'Henny, I believe.
O'Henny.
You may have put it down.
JJ is first.
JJ.
Thank you, O'Henny. I think Lori's question about the 5 to 6% is a great question. I'd really love to hear about that. Like, why is it growing 5 to 6% year over year? I'd assume some of it has to do with the school population exploding a bit, or increasing. I shouldn't say exploding, but increasing a good bit. But I'd love to hear about that too. Mr. Pavlicek, that's good.
Is the budget up 3% a year, 3 to 5?
It is up more. I mean, we, for instance, this year, you've seen our budget. We have over $5 million in out-of-district special education costs, and this OSD has just approved a 14% increase in those for next year. Special education costs and medical costs have been running 6 to 7% at least annually in the last 5 to 7 years. And they are a big portion of our budget. So they do draw it up more than, our heating costs are the same as the heating costs in the town. Inflation cost on paper is the same as inflation costs in the town. But we do have some things in our budget that more mirror the group insurance budget, for instance, where you have rising healthcare costs. We have a lot of healthcare related costs in our budget. And as I say, the special ed population has grown, as was mentioned earlier, and that brings with it a need for extra staff. So yes, the school budgets have been running in my time, probably 4 to 4.5%, I would say, over the time that I was, before I retired, 4 to 4.5% a year, which is more than the, say, 3% that the town has been going up. But not more than, say, the group insurance has been going up. I mean, you have to look at sort of comparable things.
But that's not in your budget.
Hold on, Steve. It was O'Henny.
Sorry.
Yep. It was O'Henny, and then it'll go Kristen. O'Henny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to the last question about the rising cost of budget, I think that's a good point. We looked at that last year as well. We used to have the school budget committee. And some of the notations that I recall are some of the things that are tied, like you said, the group insurance to frankly union membership. There are costs that rise along with that. And so I think it's an important note. The second point that I believe was brought up by Member Connolly, Mr. Chair, O'Connor, was about regarding the number of kids in our schools who are non-resident. And I have lots of feelings about that process that are not pertinent right now. I think that's one of those factors that, what are we asking for the town? What are we asking for the schools to do about it, the school budget to do about that? Are there things baked in? Sure, we can also talk about the lack of investment from Milton Academy, remember other institutions that is also just institutions not doing their fair share. So there's a lot of fair sharing to be questioned if we are to look at that in terms of the budget. It still goes back to the question that I think JJ asked before of we're throwing out ideas here, and I want to ask again, to what end? JJ's question was a good one. Are we trying to tell people how to do their jobs? We're just spitballing here. To what end is this discussion? It's now 10:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. To what end are we taking this discussion? It feels like we just want to air our ideas, but we don't have any firm recommendations to once again cut $500,000. And I just want to challenge us to think about where are we going? How many, is this going to be a 1 a.m. night of us just airing our thoughts about what schools should do better in general? Or do we have a purpose here?
Thank you, O'Henny. Kristen.
So I just was looking at the budgets from like 2016, 2017. I think that's what I was passing around. Just it kind of goes historically over how much the budgets have gone up. Fiscal year 12 went up 5%, 13, 4, 14, 6, 15. From 2017, the school budget has gone up $18,409,062. It's exponential growth. I don't think the amount of students in the school has risen. That, I go back to always that my daughters that, enrollment is up, but I don't think that it's just a lot of money. And I feel like if we keep doing this, at a certain point, it's unsustainable, and we are here to kind of look at the budget for the whole town. We say police, they have their needs, fire, we've heard from the Council on Aging, how many aging residents they are. I mean, the cemetery, they're all doing this, with a pretty level funded budget. So I think it is like within our purview and responsibility to question the one budget that's presented that's so far off. And I get it. It was begging for the kids to go to school, like from the get-go, because I said this is going to cost us millions and millions of dollars. We have we're leaning on our residential tax base to lift this up, and we owe it to them. We've got a lot of churches and schools that don't pay, don't have to pay taxes. We're lucky to have the Blue Hills here, but that puts a huge burden on the residents. And I think in terms of budget, we just have to make sure we're doing our due diligence, approving the largest budget in our town.
Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because you said you're talking about the increase in the retirement and increase in group insurance. That's in a separate warrant, and it's not even in your budget. So I don't see that pertinent to the significant increases. And Kristen, you're right. The number of kids above have been flat over the last 5 years. And they're expected to go flat and even go down a little bit more.
Did you have your hand up?
I mean, that's from the DESI report.
Jay.
May I share my screen? No. I don't know who I'm asking.
By all means.
Okay. Okay. So I was looking into everyone's favorite statistic. No, I'm not talking about pensions. I'm talking about per pupil spending. And we've heard it thrown around. We've heard we're in the bottom quarter for the Commonwealth. Okay, 350 towns. What does that mean? So I wanted to narrow it down a little bit. The Town Government Study Committee, when they were here a couple months ago, they told us here are 23 communities that are our peer communities. These are communities that are similar to us. They were talking about that. So I looked at these 23 other communities. You know, these are many of these are names you know. You may know people who live here. And of these 24, counting us, we're third from the bottom in per pupil spending. 16 out of the 24 spend at least 10% more per pupil than we do. The average on the list spends 18% more per pupil than we do. I thank our school committee for being frugal. But, you know, when we're talking about it's been growing 3.5%, 4.5% per year, all I can think of is how does that compare to other towns? I don't know if other towns are growing 3.5%, 4.5% per year. I have no idea. But this tells me something. This tells me that of our peer communities, 2/3 of them spend 10% more per pupil than we do. And, you know, not to get too far off subject, but we were talking about the entire budget also. Let me, how do I go out? For these peer communities, I keep hearing Milton is a high residential tax town. When I look at these peer communities, many of them have a large commercial base. We're about in the middle. I was going to speak to this more. I don't want to get too off topic, but it seemed relevant to what we were discussing. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Tom, you had your hand up.
I withdraw.
Okay.
To your like spending per pupil, they also use money differently. So like Lexington has 9 math interventionists. Like we could go on and on about how we're spending per pupil. I think that's irrelevant. The money is the money. And so it's about how we use it. Because as we go through, Needham has 4.5. Wellesley has 7. So, I mean, I would rather just go to a vote at this point. Because I think this is just now going into like, we're going to get down to these nitty gritties. And like spending is how we decide to spend it in the community. And it doesn't, so that doesn't mean we're producing the same scores as these communities either, though.
Mm-hmm. So it's a call for a vote.
On the amendment first.
Right. So it's right. Just thanks for reminding me.
No, that's okay.
It was a while ago. So it sounds like it's the
2 minutes to 11.
Yep. Okay.
Call here.
So let me please. So it's the amendment. So the vote is to Jay's motion as amended by Steve.
No. To amend Jay's motion.
To amend Jay's motion. So Jay's motion was to the article. So the article that we're addressing was Article 30.
So if you vote yes, you want to.
So it was the vote was to Article 30, school appropriation.
So it's 2 separate.
Well, one at a time.
Steve had made an amendment to remove the $500,700 from that proposed authorization as drafted in Article 30. So a vote yes to Steve's amendment, would remove the $500,700 that was from free cash from the proposed authorization. Does anyone have any questions about what we're voting on? Right, and to finish it up, like Jay's saying, a no vote would be to the full amount as proposed in what I'm calling the consensus.
Well, you would then need to vote on the main article, which could be amended again. Sorry to interrupt.
Which could be, but we're starting with this vote.
Okay.
So this vote, a vote yes. Let's just say the vote yes takes the $500,700 in free cash out from that authorization. Okay, any questions? It having been moved, the amendment having been moved and seconded, Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Emily?
No.
O'Henny?
No.
JJ?
No.
Steve Geister?
Yes.
Kristen?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Allison?
Yes.
Jareen?
No.
Amanda?
No.
Judy?
May I go last, please?
Yes,
I am last, perhaps.
she can go last.
Steve Rhines?
No.
Jay?
No.
Judy?
Again, a no is saying we don't want the amendment.
Correct.
Correct. Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
If you vote yes, then it means you want to reduce it by $500,700.
I have to say no. Thank you for that.
Did you say no?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So the amendment does not carry. That was 8 no, 5 yes.
I concur. All right, so the motion on the amendment does not carry. Okay. So it seems like we have both voted against it as written, against it as amended. Or as.
No, we haven't voted on it.
We haven't voted
on the main.
We have, okay, so
Can I make a motion?
thank you for that. So, does anyone have a motion?
I do. I vote to vote for the article with an amendment that is to approve the sped costs, the reading, and the math.
So I think that what we need to do is to just come up with a number. I mean, I get what you're saying, but in order to make,
Then we,
like, how much does that add?
yeah, why don't we just add it and then just add it to the, is that okay? Because I think
Yeah.
we would have from what I can see, from what we voted and where we're at.
Would it help if I share this?
We could just add
Jay, you
the
want to see it?
positions that I think.
Tell me what's coming out and I can tell you.
Yeah, so we would add 72. I think,
You want her to do it?
yeah.
Why don't you do it?
So are you taking out the equity and the technology?
Technology,
Those the two
yeah.
that you're taking out and everything else is staying?
Yes.
You're taking out 72,
5 times
5 and 65, 7.
Yeah.
So 500,000 minus 65, 7 minus 72, 5 comes out to, it would be a reduction of 138,200. And the new number would be 60. Oh, no, that's not right. It was
We have to be fair to
67.
61,574,062.
They're all getting a certain amount per position.
65, 700.
That's a good.
062.
Oh,
that's the
but
old
no,
number.
I'm trying.
That's the old number?
138,200 is coming out, right? So it's
Yeah.
65,700 minus 72,500,
There you
right,
go.
Glenn?
Okay.
Okay, so minus 60. I transposed, sorry.
61,435,862.
So, yeah, so it would be the amendment would be to reduce the school budget by $138,200, resulting in an appropriation recommendation of $61,435,862, of which.
Okay.
I missed part of this.
So you're just voting on the reduction of 138 too. Sorry.
To be taken out of free cash.
Okay.
Yes, to be taken out of free cash.
And so what's getting taken? Like what's the?
Were you specifying? I missed that
I
part
don't
too.
know how
Were you
if we have
saying?
to I mean,
specific
I
items?
would do special education, elementary, reading specialists and math specialists. I think that was a major concern for the table, so I think that's important. to put in. And then also it would go with the other, departments that are getting positions around, they would still be.
Okay, so there's an amendment. Just question. Because we voted down the amendment because your motion still stands. So it's a new amendment on the standing motion that Jay had made on Article 30. So we're talking about Article 30. There's a new amendment, that amendment being raised by Allison, yet to be seconded. It's akin to the last motion. So the last motion said a reduction by 500,700. The new motion is a reduction in the amount of 138,200. As a parentheses, the way that we got to that was by adding 3 positions to that amount. That would result in the new recommended appropriation for Article 30 as the number that.
Yeah, so I complicated it. You don't need that number until you vote.
It's true. We don't need the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is that the motion is to reduce the authorization as presented to us. So what we're voting on, a yes to this amendment would be to reduce the authorization request by $138,200. Is there any questions about that? Is there a second? Tom makes the second. Jay.
May I speak to it?
Absolutely. Okay. Discussion.
Right. I appreciate the amendment. I will be voting no, and the reason is, and it's 11 o'clock at night. We don't want a big discussion about DEI. I'll just say I'm an old person. DEI is like counselors, and my kids need counselors. It's a fancy 21st century word to say counselor. I'll probably get attacked for this. I'm just saying my kids need counselors. That's it. We don't need more. Feel free to discuss. But
JJ has his hand up.
JJ.
What exactly does the $138,200 represent? I just.
Yep.
Actually, it's not. It's what we're just cut. We actually are getting more.
What's the cut represent that he's asking?
So it represents 3 positions. What were the 3?
2 positions.
What were the 2 positions, please?
Equity coach and technology support staff.
Equity coach and technology support would be the recommendation. Again, the schools can do with the money, but that dollar amount represents. JJ, does that answer your question?
Yeah, can I speak about this then?
I'm sorry, can you do what?
He's asking if he can speak about
it.
Oh, yes.
Excuse me.
So, from what I understand, we cut $138,000. The school budget, I guess the school, they don't have to hire the special education teacher or whatever. They can go out and hire these positions and ignore the others. That's the first point, I guess. The second point is the point I originally made is like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? I know what we're doing in theory, I guess, is we're doing an oversight, but I don't know.
I'll put you on the list.
Thanks.
I guess what I'm wondering is, at least we're making hard choices. With the school building committee, it seemed like what it was, I don't want to build it here, but we can build it over here. We can build it over here. We can do that. Now here, okay, we're cutting an equity coach and a tech support person in theory, but I just don't understand why we have such a hard time believing the people that lead our systems, who are close to our kids and say what they need, why we can't give them what they need, especially when Jay gives us the numbers on our per pupil spending and our town spending.
Doesn't matter how much you spend.
Why are we so concerned about $138,000 in this town. I don't know. I'm just flabbergasted by this.
Thank you, Jay. You had, I mean, JJ. It's two J's. You had your Allison had her hand up.
So I thought we needed the special education for obvious reasons in the math and the reading specialist. There are other positions, yes, that they had thought there were needs, but there was also other positions that were cut that nobody besides the school, unless you looked in your technology exploratory teacher, currently 70 sections in excess of 25 students. Did they put that in the free cash? Didn't see it. So when they decided to put in certain positions, we didn't care about other positions. So you know what, like needs to be a wake up call and say, you know, we can't fund everything. And those people are deciding. So I'm deciding that, you know, there was other things that I would have liked to have used. I would agree to more money if we were using it for certain positions that are needed positions. There was no math teacher in the high school that was put in. There was no science teacher. Yes, we have to trust the people, but there's other needs too that, you know, that when they picked positions to put in that free cash, who was just, you know, I mean, you know, you're making those decisions and they're making those decisions, but I could also look and say like they think those positions are more important than what I think is. So we're obviously all going to have different opinions. But if we're talking about an increase in budget, again, I'm going to go with the special education, the math and the reading specialists that are going to offer me, you know, where our kids are in a learning loss for now. And then we can talk about putting those positions in the budget for next year.
Amanda.
You have Emily.
Okay.
I understand the thought process 100%. I think the conversation feels like it has moved from being primarily about budget to subjective decisions on what individuals feel are important roles. And I get that. That's the thing that we all come to. But that's where it starts. It's either we want to save X amount of money or we don't. And so once we start getting into talking about the roles or cutting particular ones, I think that's where, I don't know, it feels like it gets into a different space for me. I get it, and I think there's a place to have that discussion and whatnot, but I just don't know that cherry picking, like looking at particular roles and saying, I place this value on them versus somebody who might be on one of the 4 on staff of the technology needs. I just think we're bringing our own perspective to it once we start going there, as opposed to it being simply about the budget's increased too much. That just feels funny to me.
Thank you. Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just had lowered my hand because I think Amanda kind of said what I had in mind. I think originally the schools put forward all of these needs. And I think as a part of the process on the consensus budget, hard decisions were made. The sense I got was that they would have loved to have funding for all of the positions. But yeah, I think, I look and I see the ones that stand out to me. But again, I think this goes back to what Jay showed, which I found really helpful. And I know I've mentioned the per pupil spending. I do think it's an important number because I think like that average, like when schools are spending more per pupil, that totals up to a large amount that allows that freedom to kind of fund across the board more positions. I think it's that being low on that list kind of pits priorities against one another because there isn't enough for everything. But I think, again, I'll stop there because I think Amanda kind of highlighted what was top of mind for me, that if this is about what we should be doing with free cash, I think then it should be about what we're doing with free cash. I think it's hard to kind of go in and cherry pick when I think all of these priorities are valid.
Thank you. So there was a motion that was on the floor, was seconded. Is there any need for further discussion? Hearing no call for a need for further discussion, we're going to vote. So a vote to yes would be to reduce our recommendation in the amount of $138,200. Any questions? Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Emily?
No.
O'Henny?
No.
JJ?
No.
Steve Geister?
Yes.
Kristen?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Allison?
Yes.
Jareem?
No.
Amanda?
No.
Oops. Judy?
Go.
We go home after. Okay, so again, yes, is we're agreeing to the amendment to the main.
The amendment to essentially take $138,200 out.
That wasn't a bad gesture. That was like flip a coin.
Are you voting? You can abstain.
May I go last?
You can go last.
Thank you.
Steve Rhines?
Okay. Gonna say no.
Jay?
No.
Judy?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. The motion does not carry. It's 7 no, 6 yes.
I have.
Okay.
Those doors do, they're heavy.
So there's still a motion on the floor. The motion being Jay's motion.
Yeah, I second that motion to vote just the budget the way it is.
That was already seconded.
I think, yeah.
Oh, we're set. Yeah, from last night we had
Jay's motion was seconded
Okay.
tonight, yes.
Okay, so there is a motion that's on the floor and it's been seconded.
I'd like to move the question. If appropriate.
I think if she moves the question, there's a motion to, oh my goodness, we spend hours and days on this. There's a motion to move the question. Is it seconded? So the motion to move the question moves the question. If it's seconded and we vote it, then there's no discussion, we go to the vote. Okay, so is there a second on the motion to move the question? I'll ask one more time.
Let me
Is there a
just check
second? I'm sorry?
just checking Zoom. I wasn't on that page. Okay.
Is there a second to move the, is there a second to the motion to move the question? Not hearing a motion, a second. There's still a motion on the question. There's still, the motion is on the floor. Do we want to have discussion on the motion? The motion being Jay's motion to approve warrant Article 30 with no amendments. So that would be the proposed authorization to include the $500,700 in free cash. Do we wish to have a discussion?
No.
Hearing no need for a discussion, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to please conduct a roll call vote.
Emily?
Yes.
O'Henny?
Yes.
JJ?
Yes.
Steve Geister?
No.
Kristen?
Abstain.
Tom,
No.
Lori,
No.
Allison,
No.
Dream,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Judy,
Abstain.
Steve Rhines,
No.
Jay.
Yes.
The motion carries 6 yes, 5 no,
And 2 abstentions.
2 abstentions.
I concur.
Well, technically 3.
That's true. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, everyone. Look, it's 11:20. Okay, we voted on the school budget. Motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Is there any opposition? Motion carries.
Yeah, I want to stay an hour. This is fun.